Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu sekalian, terima kasih udah menyempatkan waktu untuk datang ke acara seminar kami. Seminar ini diselenggarakan bersama dengan IPF, Indonesia Packaging Federation, dengan tema Cost Effective Packaging through Ink-Management Solution. Hari ini kita akan sama-sama belajar bagaimana sih kita mempercepat return of investment kita, bagaimana caranya untuk optimizing stock, bagaimana caranya supaya produksi kita bisa berjalan lebih efektif, dan banyak hal lagi yang kita akan share bersama-sama. Saya Michael Indra Setiadi dari IM Group. Sesi pertama hari ini akan diisi oleh Pak Hari Noegroho dari IPF. Untuk waktu dan tempat, saya persilahkan.
Good morning everyone. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apa kabar semuanya? Baik. I would like to express my gratitude to be able to attend here, and of course I'm going to thank you for your participation and attention. We can be joining this seminar. I am representing Indonesia Packaging Federation to be a part of our activities to conduct these seminars. And the seminar today will be discussing about cost-effective packaging through ink management system. The seminar will be cover the latest trend of technology in ink dispensing system, and also the best practice in printing process, ink management, as well as to provide insight on how to optimize the ink usage, and also how to stay competitive in packaging costs. Yeah? And the objective will be improve the business operation, enhance the production, eliminate waste, and also improve the stock management. There will be two speakers here. First will be from IPF, and then will be also coming from Inkmaker, my friends from the old time, Andrea Villa. I will be also the demo of the ink dispenser software after lunch. And at the end of the session, we'll have also Q&A discussion and door press, of course. We'll also have the networking during the lunch session and also during the coffee break. Just a brief about the Indonesia Packaging Federation. So we are a business association, non-profit organization, and we are having a vision working together with partnership providing unparalleled packaging solution. We have corporate member and also individual members, and our activities cover education, knowledge, and information, and innovation, networking, and also legislation. And that is about the Indonesia Packaging Federation. And before we start the presentation, I'd like to deliver a poem, pantun. Boleh Bapak Ibu? Banyak kosmetik cuma tipu-tipu. Tapi kami tidaklah begitu. Kami adalah printer nomor 1. Desain kami, keren selalu. Yeah. Give a big hand for all of us here. And the next session will be your stage, Pak Moderator. Yeah. Thank you and enjoy the seminars, and hopefully we will have a fruitful discussion today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fortunately, I have to be here again. Okay, thank you. Semangat pagi, Bapak Ibu. I am Noegroho. We lead the sharing of this first presentation. I'll be deliver this in both Bahasa and also in English. So in this presentation, I would like to broken down into 4 subtopics. The first one is the sustainable packaging and circular economy. And then the second one will be covering the trends in printing and packaging. And then the third and fourth, I think this is the most interesting part, cost-effective solution for packaging. And this occasion, I would like to emphasize on the printing costs and cost-saving case study. Yeah. Just, sorry, a brief about myself, because I think not all of you known me before. I've been in the printing and packaging industry just 25 plus years today, and then I'm today as a packaging consultant and also circular economy practitioners. I'm also working for United Nations Development Organization for specific projects, while also I'm doing as an assessor at BNSP. That's about me. Next, Michaels. Yeah. If we are talking about sustainability, yeah, in packaging, of course, this will not be also able to be spurred from the circular economy. This has to be a header here, Michael. Okay, anyway, what is the circular economy? Circular economy is the activity to minimize resource consumption and reduce waste while maximizing the value, yeah, by operating within as many loops as possible. What does it mean? So if you take resources here and you produce, you make, and also then you waste. This is the linear economy. Well, you can utilize it, return it, recycle it, and reuse again. That is what we call circular economy. Yeah. So this is just a way how to close the gap from the linear economy. Next part. So from here, the difference from linear, so circular has to be closing the gap, yeah, by utilizing the resources. And then the fundamentals of the circular economy principles is design out of waste, yeah, including the pollution, keep products and material in use, and regenerate natural resources. Next part. What is the drivers of the sustainability? So the change of consumer behaviors like change of lifestyles, then health and beauty, including, yeah, there will be in the market so many products available with the bio claims, environments, reuse, recycles, and carbon footprint, like the use of biodegradable substrate. Next part. So, some market leaders, some players in the fast-moving consumer good industry, they already react to the sustainability commitments, like Unilever's. They put less environment impact on their product. Nestle, they put environmental protection, yeah? PNG, life cycle assessment. So this is actually the trend today we found in the industry. Next part. And we are, as also a part of the community, we should be able to anticipate it. We should be able to mitigate what will be our preparation for that. And because today we are talking about packaging, printing, this is what I'm going to share with you. 4 elements of framework to develop the packaging sustainability. The first one is effective, yeah? Effective meaning that addressing to the functional requirement. So we understood that packaging role is to protect, to preserve, to be a containment, etc. This has to be fulfilling that requirements. And then the second one, efficient. The use of materials, energy, water through the life cycles, yeah? The third one is cyclic, renewables, materials, recoverability at end of life. And the fourth, safe. This has to be safe for people and environment. Next part. And supporting change here means that this will be planned and performed in the beginning. So during the plan, you need to consider some programs that comply to the requirements in the packaging, down-gauging programs, layer optimization, so you no need to use 3 layers, and then just use 2 layers, for instance. And then recycling materials, using a compatible inks, adhesive, recycle content, adapt to the design for purpose, easy to empty concept, packaging design, and application of the barrier functional coating. Next part. Okay, while waiting for Michael to operate it, so in this design, we can do some programs of the cost-saving activities. Yeah, it's coming. And then in flexible packaging design, here, for circular economy, this just the additional activities of the development activities on top of the packaging development that we used to do usually. So this is a core activities like to protect information marketing, but you need also to plan how when it end up to the end of the life cycles. So the collection, sortability, and recyclability. Next part. So this is the examples of the packaging that already using the recycled materials. Next part. I just give you an illustration how we plan our packaging concept for our product. So I take one of sauerkraut product that use 3 different formats of packaging here. They are using a glass format, tin plate, and film. And for 1,000 kg, 1 tons product, for the glass, they requires almost 44% of the total weight need to be provided to pack the product. And then while tin plate is requiring 13.1%, and then the lowest one is flexible packaging. It's only requiring 12 kg, is equal to 1.2%. Next part. So the trend for sustainability packaging, we can understand from that illustration, flexible packaging is a preferred solution, yeah, for the sustainable packaging. However, we need to also improve the networks along the value chains collaboratively for a better solution, especially for the recycling process optimization, and then improving the product, the post-consumer recycles quality, the sorting technology, and then also improving the cleaning ways, yeah. And then design for recycles also will change the structure, yeah. If we are talking about the flexible packaging, substitutions of mixed structure or multi-layers to be mono-layers. Effective waste collections system is also necessary. Next part. Yeah, I take this from circular economy flexibles that is initiated by some stakeholders in Europe that construct and build the guidelines how to set up the circular economy for flexible packaging. So there are 5 steps to be done. The first one is collections. So we have to ensure that all flexible packaging for sorting and recycling. And then the second one, this has to be suitable for monomaterials fractions. And third, redesign, multi-materials, flexible packaging from multi-layers with existing stream where possible, and identify the solutions, develop capability to, again, sorting, yeah, and recycling. And we need also to find a way how to create the market for the post-consumer plastic products. Next part. Just one example of the guidelines where this will surely influence to our strategy in developing the packaging. So we need to consider this recycling process. I take one examples of PE here. So this guidance, we need to ensure that mono PE, including co-extruded, oriented copolymers, this can be involved in this application. But for PET layers, for instance here, and then non-PE or non-PP foam polymers layers will be excluded from this PE mechanical recycles. So please be aware on that, on the way we go forward in the futures. Next part. This is applicable also for PP. Next. And one additional is for polyolefin, yeah? And one of the leading company that's already being quite sometimes in developing the sustainable packaging here is Nestle. They have the rule, call it rule of sustainable packaging. They have the golden rules that confirm the attributes that the packaging they are using today to ensure it's all recyclable. So they have this direction, and then they also follow the negative list they use to select the materials, additive, any materials constructing packaging has to be following the legal regulatory framework. Next part. This is one examples of the plastic that mainly used for packaging application. Monomaterials, structures, yeah. The use of monomaterials is encouraged, and then noble, because this is noble to be recycled. Do not use also degradable plastic, avoiding PVC, PVDC, polystyrene, expanded polystyrene. If you are using bio-based plastic, this has to be considered when technically possible, yeah? Biodegradable, compostable materials has to be assessed by their internal R&D, again, because this is what Nestle are regulating. And the residual product must be easily removable. Next part. So this just example. Again, this is not legal, this is not law, but this is a proposal, a guideline that gives you the idea how you structure your strategy in the future when you are developing a new product. So in general, we need to maximize the use of PE, mono PE and PP, yeah? And then this is some guidance: use at least 90% of PE and PP in the structures, mono PP, monopolyolefin, that is PP laminated to PE, can be used, but again, favor to mono PE and PP. Yeah, here is quite unfavorable actually for us, for those are using the lamination with PET as a printed materials. Unfortunately, it's not recommended. So Nestle is not in the way to use this in the future. They say that this will be fully implemented in 2025. Yeah. Usage OPA also, nylon, yeah, not recommended. This is what we discovered from the product like stick pack, dot pack, all these applicable. And for twist product, like candy twist, use mono PE or PP film, maximize recycled content, use unlaminated film, minimize, again, this a bit contrary with our topic today, yeah? But of course this is only information. Again, next part. And for rigid packaging, I just touch a little bit on this, is also regulate, yeah? Pace out silicone valve in their polyolefin closure, yeah? Aim to have EVOH less than 1 gram per centimeter cubic. Not use carbon blacks. Next part. Rigid packaging, PET, yeah, in our mineral bottles in front of you. Use monomaterial PET, monomaterials. Uncolored PET, maximize recycled PET or PET, and do not use expanded PET, PETG. Yeah? Do not use PET with base oxygen scavengers as an additive inside. Okay, next part. Yeah. This is the element of the packaging structure in flexible packaging, where we have the main materials here, plastic, paper, aluminum, and then we have adhesive, pigment, additive fillers, printing inks, labels, and additive features. Everything is influenced, yeah, by that direction. Again, Pak, next. This is examples of the collection and sorting, because I'm also a practitioner in circular economy. So this is in one of my facility in Bekasi. Again, Pak, next. This is how do they collect, how do they sort, yeah, before sending to the recycle facility. Next, Pak. So, do you know post-consumer plastic is heavily influenced, affected by the packaging? From this data I taken from E27, Europe 27, they share the data that 61% of the post-consumer plastic contributed from the packaging, and the rest are from electricals, agricultures, etc. Next part. And where are the post-consumer recycled used today? In building, and again, be back to packaging. Yeah, next. This is the recycle process from collection, sorting, shredding, cleaning, second, and then become the recycled product. Next. This is the type of recycling processes. Mechanical recycling, dissolution, chemical recycling, but mandatorily majority here available in our country is mechanical recyclings. In Europe also some country has been already fully utilized the mechanical recycling, and they are now working with some project for chemical recyclings. Next part. So again, this is the trend in the market for the printing, yeah? What they require, what they need. I saw here some colleagues from contractor and also from machine suppliers, from Bob's, and other colleagues also here. I think this is really the needs. How to have this time to market, speed to market, yeah? And then cost reduction. I believe if you are in purchasing department, you are asking your suppliers to give more discount, give some cost saving on the product, so then you can still able to use it. And then added value, and also the faster printing speed is also required. And the new printing presses technology, this is to answer also next. I'll show you how we need to also cater these requirements. And the axis of the digital printing is also becoming our challenge, how to win the competition. Next part. And from the packaging point, value chain point of view, we understand that our converters, friends here, feel so bad with the competition today, yeah, because they are quite pressurized with from the material suppliers because it's expensive, and then while from the customer, which is the brand owners, they are asking for cheaper materials, packaging materials, so they have to find a way how to have the solution for that. Next part. And this is the figure how describe and illustrate in the printing industry, yeah? And time to time, this is from 90 to 20, the average lot size they receive from the customers is continually decreasing, yeah? While the number of jobs is getting more. So then it's required a number of setup to be tackled in that is reducing the capacity, of course. Next part. And this is the driver why the job is more, because it's influenced by the higher number of special edition of the product, packaging types, increasing grades, while also the minimum order quantity, they are asking less. Yeah, so that's why this also becoming a big challenge for the printing industry, for converter, how to solve it, because the run length is getting shorter, while they have to keep this waste for color match, for instance, because it's not be avoidable. This has to be done. So this is also a part of the cost issue for the converter. Next part. And again, one of the trend today is
the growth of the digital printing in the market, where they are offering you very short product. How we are as converter, we are as a printer that use gravure, that use flexo printing, able to be stay competitive. Yeah, you need to do many activities to optimize your organization, your process. Yeah, optimizing your pre-press, optimizing your ink management, and then trying to close the gap here, so make it less in MOQ. Again, next part. So consistent printing quality is one of a must, yeah, requirements. I think Henki can explain better than me how does Bob's have like ink roller, inking roller driven, yeah, to ensure the consistent printing quality. Minimize startup waste, pre-register system, yeah. This is also to reduce the materials usage during the startup. Perfect registers with integrated register control. This is to minimize the printing waste because of registration issue. Efficient, flexible air blade drying system. This to keep the printing quality good, because the transfer of the ink is able to be maintained. Next part. Yeah, all what we need is total production control, faster setup, less downtime. Yeah, next. It's just brief about how do they do. They use a smaller ink pen here, and then they use inking roller here, and yeah, smaller is less than 10 kg you can run in your printing machine. This the example of gravure, eh? And then less cleaning solvent waste and faster setup here. Next part. Automatic position for cylinder position. Okay, next. So, if we are talking about the cost, we should be thinking holistically for the total cost ownership. Or hidden printing costs weighing you down. Next part. Yeah, if we need to drag down the cost, we need to improve the quality, we need to improve the speed and the output. Next part. And then this is what I like from the total cost ownership approach, yeah, in the printing processes, where it is influenced by the printing cost, of course, from the output, from the efficiency, from the effective speed, yeah, from the machine personal utilities, where there is also a parameters of speed. You need to increase your printing speed effectively, yeah. Production time. You need to free up your capacity by providing more production time to cater the incoming jobs. And quality of the product is also one of the biggest advantage of the cost. Setup time, again, if you have a longer setup time, this will reduce your production time. Downtime, just name it, downtime in the printing, waiting for cylinder, waiting for the ink, color matching, everything. This will also affecting to your capacity, yeah. Pre-press, the preparation of the auxiliary and ink room. And material cost, of course, substrate. Already, if this in associate to what we discussed about sustainability. You need to thinner, substrate, inks. Yeah, the cost of inks is also quite important. Mileage, the wet GSM, you ask less, yeah, to ensure that the ink is optimal, and FTE availability is also another things. Machine. If, let's say, I don't have a preference with the suppliers, but if you use the technology that can helps you, assist you to bring down your cost in totally, yeah, this will be also opportunity to improve your production cost. Waste, of course, your capital, yeah, if you can reduce the solid waste, the liquid waste in your in-room, for instance, this will also help you. Again, next part. Okay, printing cost, material cost, financial cost is the area you can take a look at for possible improvement in your organization. Next. I write down the list here to give you the understanding how you should start, how you should consider, yeah? If you are going to analyze your performance, you need to understand your capacity. In printing, for instance, how many hours your capacity is available to be ready to print the job. Printing time, yeah? How many hours does it take you to complete one job? And then color matching time. How long does it take you to get first time right, to get the correct colors when you are preparing your ink? Downtime also. Number of group downtime also need to be understood. Input, output, waste materials, and KPI. Press efficiency, yeah? Meter per hours. How do you know your printing performance? Staff efficiency, setup times per job, per unit, yeah? This is very important, how you start to think possible improvement on your process. And then material waste, meter per job, how many meters you waste for one job, and then number of lot size. Structure, number of job, is it new or repeat job? How many times the printing, the change of the cylinders or plate you are doing during printing one job? Next part. So, the cost-saving project in printing area that's cover also the ink area can also consider this waste of ink, yeah? You can have less ink waste. Fresh ink stock will be decreased, yeah? Less ink blending time. Be careful, this is actually the heart of your process in preparing your ink, yeah? First time read inks on press will be increased, meaning that you don't need to do more adjustment in your press because your press has also a printing cost there. By preparing with a good way to prepare the inks, you will be able to achieve the first time read. So you just go printing commercially. Set up materials, reduce number of pulls, less return inks back from the press to be going to the stocks. And this can be utilized. So you don't need to have plenty of ink stocks in your inventory because you can also later to utilize it. Inmaker will discuss this further detail on that. Reduce setup time, higher printing speed, press downtime, ink mileage cost reduce, by doing some improvement on the process, yeah, cylinder optimization, and then solid content of the ink optimization, everything. Next part. So this is examples of the potential cost saving for color match, how you calculate, yeah. You know the data. So that's why you need to go into the process and then you start to measure your process to understand your basis, yeah? And then you know how long does it take you to do the color matching, and then you know the machine cost, you know the number of jobs, then you can easily calculate your potential saving there. Set up materials also, meters of your materials per job, yeah? And then printing machines, and then can also easily to calculate the saving. Again, spot next. Downtime, yeah, downtime. There are many downtime code. This is just my experience before. I believe you also have different how you code your downtime, but you gather all the data and then pick the highest one and then do solution on that. I believe color matching time is one of your challenges. Yeah? And this will be also your opportunity. Next part. Downtime reduction. One case is that we have project 7 machines we observe, and then we set the baseline, and every machine that has its own downtime data, and then we set the target, and then we apply the new procedures, how to reduce it, and then we got the increased capacity. Can you imagine when you are going to invest in new machines, and then for the other hand, you also have opportunity to expand your capacity with your existing machine? I believe your management will be consider to postpone investing the new printing machine and utilize your existing printing machine by doing this kind of activities. Next part. So again, you need to understand all the data here, the performance, that become your basis to calculate where you are and where are you going to go, yeah, with some target. Next part. Yeah, this is taken from the audits. Set up materials, you can have the figure in qualitative numbers, so you need to take a look on that. Next part. Yeah, cost saving initiative method you can use for downtime optimization, printing speed, and reduction of materials. Next. Yeah, then you will see the figures of the improvement you have already achieved when you did some cost-saving project, reducing the set of materials, increasing the printing speed effectively, downtime, reducing the downtimes, and also some activities to maintain the color match. Next. Mechanical setup, I think we have already covered. Next. This is type of waste. So all of waste types has to be taken in order to give you more competitive in your production time. Next. Now we are in the ink area. Inventory management, how you manage the stock, your buffer stock, try to make it less, yeah, because this is your capitals, and then with planning a few days in advance with all the data, also will help. QC control, how you qualify your product before coming into the press, will be also the vital approach. Color matching, again, if you can perform the good color matching, this will be also reducing your downtime at press, your setup material at press, and at the end will be also helping your cost. Leftover ink management. This is press return, yeah? How you utilize your leftover inks in your storage to be able to convert into your materials at press. Ink delivery at press to ensure you are on time with the schedule of the printing. Next part. Next. Yeah, this some of the hints how you should follow to ensure your color consistency when you are doing printing. So you have to ensure your reference, is it coming from the printed samples, from the spectral data, or from the ink sample standard. You need to create a formula first, you need to draw down it, and then from that, if okay, then you send to the software, you send to the hardware, to the machines that is able to dispense your ink at your targeted colors. Then you perform the QC check, and hopefully this can be reaching the first time read in the press. Yeah. Again, next. Okay, press return management, color formula, also inventory, waste management, blending operation is some idea cost saving in the ink room. Next. Color management, you need also to consider this to ensure that from the concept of the printing is able to be delivered at the end of the printing process, yeah? From designer, pre-press, ink room, printing production. Next. This is the color theory which normally we use to communicate from printers to the lab officers to the marketing, how many delta E you need to maintain, yeah, to be able to be accepted. Next. Do you know that in printing process, there are hundreds parameters that you have to keep, yeah? From the colors, from the cylinders, from the impression rolls, from the solvent, from humidity, everything, you have to maintain it, yeah? This is the way you have to standardize. Next. And one of the way you can do what we call profiling, yeah? This is a part of color management, print color management. So, printer need to specify profile where your machine settings, ink, substrates, cylinders, all these parameters can be maintained, then you can predict your color target. Next. Yeah, by having this profiling, you can predict your colors, you can reduce your setup time, you can reduce your waste, and of course this will be significant cost saving for you. Next. This is another discussion about the gamut, 7 gamut printing process. Next. Yeah. So in management system, some of the idea coming from the written ink management, quality controls, color matching, in blending, inventory management is important. Yeah. And then you can find a lot of opportunity, a lot of room for improving your cost. Next. Yeah, like color matching in lab. Yeah, this just a very small activity, but this will be also helping your organization cost. Yeah, staff cost. Written ink management. This will be impacting a lot. Ink blending, reducing ink blending time. Next one. Waste management, color matching time, FTR. Next. Quality control. You can improve your FTR in the machine. Inventory management. You can decrease your inventory. In dispensing time. For sure, with the machines, you can achieve a significant improvement on that. Next. Next. Yeah, I take one examples of the standard in the lab and in the press. You need to prepare with sample digital proofing equipment. This is just to make your activities on the color match is faster. Next. The way you keep your samples is very small things, but if you have a proper way to keep your wet samples standard, will help you to easily find out the correct color standard. Yeah, I have made a study on that, and this can increase your performance by 80% of the FTE in the lab. Yeah, so you may need to add more staff to do the QC. Next one. And then the color standard also need to be constructed. I think this will be coming easier. Yeah, color standard in the printing and in lab has to be prepared. Yeah. Is there? Yeah, this is color standard. So in one job you have several color here as a standard. Next. Now come to ink cost. I'm not the expert on inks in terms of sales. Yeah, I don't know the price, but this just give a rule of thumb. Just give you a relative cost. When you are doing the formulation, just consider to pick the less expensive pigment in order to have less expensive cost in your ink. You don't need to use, for instance, this is for instance, of course for Pak Harto, I'm not going to against you and to educate them to negotiate with you later, but because I'm from IPF, so this is also my obligation to educate my member here. Yeah. So try to formulate your formulation with the most effective one, but you need the technology, you need the software, everything. You need the skills to do that. This can improve your cost. Okay, I will not spend longer here. I believe some of you get interested on that. Equipment. This is just to provide you with the equipment that can help you to make a good formula, to do QC on that, and then you are going to also deliver a good quality output. Next. Traceability. You need to understand that all these materials, I take examples of inks because we are discussing today for inks technology. You need to identify your items, and then this has to be comply with traceability procedures. So, because if you are dealing with the food industry, it's very important to ensure the non-contact materials is manageable. Next. Again, this is the parameters in the ink room. Color accuracy, color matching time, everything you can observe, and then you can define where you are as a baseline to improve your performance. Next. Okay, I think we are in the end of the presentation. How long I still have time, Pak Michael? 10 minutes. Okay, I will finish it fast. Next, Pak. This is just example, give you examples. I think this is very relevant to the topics today. How we are able to solve the issue on the press returns, high press return, yeah? And if you have many stocks of ink in your inventory, you need to observe, you need to audit what is the issue, yeah? And then most of the issue is coming from this point I will share to you, overproduction, yeah? You don't know how many quantity of your ink produced for that specific jobs. So just estimate roughly, even though there is a scientific calculation formula to compute it. Of course, with different printing technology, you need to understand that. And then order planning, yeah? Sometimes because of the limitation of number, meters of rolls, and then also the behaviors of your customers, you have difficulties in doing the planning. High adjustment at press. You need to do more adjustment at press. That's why the inks going back to your inventory getting more, and even more than what you produce. Then this becoming the dead stock later, yeah? Product shelf life, you don't know the expiry date of your product. So then when you found out that your product is already expired, you also didn't know how to execute it. Next. Okay, this the fishbone diagrams to identify where. Next. Again, this is all the action. Next. And then we need to define the key performance indicators of the project you are going to do. For example, like press return stocks. You know, today there are 1.7 tons. This is small, yeah, because this is the offset industry. And then how you project to reduce it, yeah? And then we monitor, we supervise closely all the activities to bring this all down, and then we will benefit from the improvement later. Next one. First time right, you have to stand beside the press and then compute how many times the operator's doing the color matching. So this has to be less, yeah, time to time. Okay, next part. Increase the press returns. This is the method. Next. Yeah, you need to work out with the workflow, how to improve it from your commercial production and also to handle your press returns. Next. This is how to handle your press returns. You are doing the press utilizations, whether you are doing the direct returns, mathematical returns, bulk returns, specific bulk returns, everything. You can do this with technology, yeah? Later, my colleagues from Inkmaker will provide you with the technology, with the software that can help you to decrease this return. Next. Yeah, you also shall do the analog correlation. If you are using a flexo technology, you need to do the cylinder correlation. The cylinder that apply the ink at press, and then you compare with the drawdown you make at the lab. So this has to be standardized. So every time you send the ink to the press, at least you have less color matching time, you have less color adjustment at press. This will significantly improve your production cost. Next. Press return identification. Identify your inks, your coatings, everything with a proper information. The expiry date, the quantity, the series, everything there. Then this can be put into the system later. Then system will give you information by popping up the data when you ask to have later. Next. Yeah, you should also doing the mileage when you are doing the cost improvement project to understand what is the wet grammage need to be applied with less grammage, but the colors is high. Then what you need to ask to the suppliers, give me the stronger colors, for instance. Yeah. Again, next. Okay, terima kasih. That's all from mine. Itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan. Semoga bisa memberi ide, memberi informasi ke Bapak Ibu semua. Saya pikir untuk tanya jawab nanti akan di session terakhir, Pak Michael. I would like to express my thank you to all of you for your attention, and the time is given to the moderators. Yeah, thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Hari. Thank you for your exhaustive and detailed presentation. We will go more into the ink management system right after the coffee break. So we will start our coffee break. We have 30 minutes. Please proceed.
So again, thank you very much for being here, and particular thanks also to IPF for having helped us organizing this event, which is very well attended, so that makes me very, very happy about it. So thank you for taking your time. As I said, my name is Andrea. I am the area sales manager for the IM Group, and I've been in charge of this part of the world for many years now. I first arrived in Southeast Asia in 1990, so this year will be 34 years that I live in this part of the world, mostly in Malaysia, and then for the past 7 years I've been relocating to Bangkok, Thailand, so I often come to Indonesia, and I cover the other countries of this region as well. And here with me tonight we have also all my colleagues from our local office. You already met Michael, and I'm sure we'll be able to get to know each other better later, maybe during the lunch break. Okay, so thank you, Pahari, for your presentation. You already touched quite a number of points that I will touch again during my presentation, a little bit more in depth. And then the main event will be the live demonstration that will give you a feel of what is it that we are talking about in a more practical manner, because we can say a lot of things theoretically, but then it is important to actually see how it works. So, and this I think is a good opportunity for you to, to understand that what we are talking about is not just a story, it is actually reality. So this is the reason why we are doing a live demo. Let me just start by giving you an introduction about who we are as a group. So maybe you can share my screen on the main videos, main TV screens. Yes, there we go. Okay, so let's dive straight away into it. First of all, who is the IM Group? Most of you, many of you, I assume that, or I expect that you probably know Ink-Maker. Ink-Maker is the mother of the IM Group. In pre-COVID time, a couple of years before COVID came, nowadays our life is divided into pre-COVID and after COVID. But anyway, Ink-Maker over the years took over the businesses of the companies that you see on the screen, and therefore creating a group which was first called the Ink-Maker Group, and then finally IM Group was made, where IM of course stands for Ink-Maker. So with this group now, we do not only focus on our core business anymore, which used to be dispensing only. With Ink-Maker, we were specialized in dispensing technology. Now, thanks to the creation of the IM Group, we became more of a technology leader, focused on other things, including plant design and engineering. Of course, dispensing remains part of our core business. We have process equipment, mostly for production purposes. If some of you here come from the ink industry, ink manufacturing industry, we do have process equipment as well, from mixers, high-speed dissolvers, mills, and so on. We do bulk product handling, from powder to liquids. We have a division dedicated to point-of-sale systems, which are mostly for the coating and paint industry. We have our software division, which is probably one of our most important divisions, and today's demonstration will focus predominantly on the capability of our software. So basically we have a filling line division, so we produce our own filling lines. So basically we can now help our customer in many, many different ways, so not focusing entirely on dispensing only. So that's just to give you an idea of who the IM Group is. in this pie chart, it is pretty clear how we are divided. As you can see, dispensing is still taking up a considerable part of our business. And then we have the filling line division with Tecnopails, an Italian company specializing in filling lines, IC Plus, which is an Italian manufacturer, part of our group, which makes process equipment. As far as the dispensing is concerned, these are the brand that you will see when we are dealing with dispensing systems. Rexon and Valitec, originally from the UK, have their own special machines, which are now part of the group. Valitec was always very strong in the offset and the UV flexo division, something that honestly, as ink maker, we were a little bit lacking before. So now with the presence of Valitec as part of the group, we can comfortably say that we can cover all kind of ink technologies from liquid ink to offset ink. So we have the right technology for you whenever you need it. There you go. So basically this is part of the group. Just a quick introduction. These are our global partners, not part of the group, but very, very, let's say, close to us, first cousins, let's put it this way. If we have some time today, we might give you a little bit of an introduction to IST. IST is an Italian company specializing in solvent recovery and washing system. So since that we have some printers over here using solvent-based inks and maybe with some requirements for solvent recovery and washing of parts, printing press parts, buckets and so on and so forth, it might be a subject that some of you might be interested. But as I said, we will cross that bridge if we manage to get there, depending how the presentation will go on. Okay, moving on very quickly, where we operate. It's important to know that as a group, we are present just about everywhere. We have 22 offices in 15 countries, over 5 continents. So we can cover just about every area. This was extremely helpful for us during COVID time because thanks to our local presence almost everywhere, I can't say everywhere, but let's say in the main countries, we could assist our customers even when traveling between countries was not permitted. So that helped us to continue with our services and installation and so on. So this is very, very important. And of course it cuts down cost because when you have the presence of people in your own country and over here in Indonesia, we have a very big group, a very experienced group. So for any installation in this country, absolutely no issues whatsoever. There you go. So this is our presence around the world. These are our factories. Inkmaker Turin in northwest Italy is our HQ. We have Rexon and Valitec in the UK, Svesa, also a dispensing system manufacturer from Germany, which was acquired a couple of years ago, Tecnopails and IC Plus, our process equipment manufacturers. This is Teco office. We have Teco Malaysia and Teco Indonesia. And then we have Inkmaker Shanghai, which is together with Turin, the Italian factory, the 2 biggest production centers that we have in the world. And so most of the, if not, I would say that all the technologies, all the machines that they will come to Southeast Asia, to Asia in general, will be produced in Inkmaker Shanghai. All right, so this is a little bit of the company presentation. Some of our main customers in the coating industry, because of course we cover both paint and coating as well as ink and packaging, chemical industry in general, pharmaceutical industry, food and beverage. So we have customers just about in every type of industry, but printing, packaging, and coating and paint are our two main fields where our technology is applied. So these are some of our main customers in the coating industry, and these are some of our main customers in the ink industry, where most likely you will know all of these brands featured on the screen right now. Most of our supporters, most of our main customers are ink manufacturers, because our technology is not only extremely useful for them as ink manufacturers, but also for their own customers, printing and packaging company, which they will benefit. Probably it's the category that will benefit the most out of our technology, and we will give you some demonstration on that later on. What is also, these are other applications, other companies in other different fields. Let's say Intercos and Coty, for example, are in the cosmetic manufacturing. So we have done projects with them as well. And Concheria Guerrino is in the textile industry. I think Boeing and Airbus do not need any introduction. So these are basically some of our customers which are not specifically from the ink or the coating market. A very important point is that we follow rules and regulations as far as certifications are concerned. So this is a very important point. Many of you work in a potentially hazardous environment using solvent-based products which are intrinsically dangerous. So all our equipment which are designed specifically to handle these kind of products will come with the proper certifications, and we follow the law and the regulation for the construction and the building of these products. We are audited by Deloitte, and we also, our products come with a product liability insurance to cover for if any unforeseen situation arises. Okay, and now we dive straight into the topic of the day, which is ink management, how to maximize your ink resources, and ultimately how to make more money. So, which is probably what most of us, at least from the business point of view, are more interested. Before I move on, I will just quickly introduce some of the material that you were given when you walked in. So all of you was given this folder, okay? Inside this folder, apart from my colleague Michael's business card, which is already very important, you will have these pages. On the first page is basically the star of the day, our PESA system, which is what we are going to introduce later. There we go, on the table. And since that the PESA demonstration will involve quite a number of steps, and you know, I'm sure that it's going to be a bit complicated to remember everything, we decided to make this kind of a storyboard. So where you have the various operations that we are going to show are summarized inside this, let's say, booklet, let's put it this way. You can use it also to take down some notes. If you, during the demonstrations, if you have any question, you can write it down next to the corresponding image so that it helps you remember. And then when there is a Q&A session later on, you can ask any question that you might have. Behind, there is a QR code. And using your mobile device, this will point you to our website and actually to a, let's say, a box where there will be few downloadable items that you can later download. Namely, we have the presentation that that Hari just did, and we have our profile as IM Group, our company profile. We have this presentation that I am going through right now. We have few Excel files that if I will have time, I will show them to you how to use them, which are cost-saving calculators divided into three areas for those of you who are using liquid ink, for those of you who are using UV flexo or offset ink, and for those of you who instead are ink manufacturers. So for all of you, there are possibilities to save money following our method of operation. So you can play with this 3 Excel file according to what you need to do, and anyway, if you have any issue with them, we can always be in touch, and we can help you out with that. There are other materials. We have some videos inside, some animations, so something that, you know, helps you remember what we have been talking to you today. We have some technical sheets of our most common dispensing systems, so that you can print them out or refer to them later in your office. Okay, so basically this is what we have prepared for you. Now let's move on to our topic, which is basically dispensing solution, ink management, what's going on? Okay, specifically ink management. So first and foremost, where do we need this? Where do we need this? No, this is impossible. Maybe we change mic. There was no issues just now with the other microphone. Sorry, 1 second, because this is very annoying, mostly for you who have to listen to this noise. Anyway, in the meantime that we try to settle this, let's give you a little bit of an introduction of where this technology is used. So originally, dispensing technology was born as a support of the textile industry in Italy, where textile back then was extremely strong before moving everything to Asia. And since that the textile industry shared a lot of points in common with the printing and packaging industry, dispensing technology kind of migrated into the ink and printing industry immediately after that. But basically, where you need this kind of machine, behind me there is a picture of a typical dispenser. It's basically when you need to reproduce or to do a certain job over and over again with the maximum accuracy, precision, and possibly speed. So jobs that are normally done manually, they can be replaced with an automatic dispenser. And where is the key factor that it might resonate among you? Back many years ago, it was very common for the printing industry, for example, since that most of you are from this industry, to have long runs. So you set up your machine and off it goes for the next 6 or 7 days. Well, sadly, those days are gone. There is very, very difficult that you have jobs that last for such a long time. Did you need a dispenser back then with the jobs running that long? No, honestly, probably you didn't. But nowadays, the trend is that you have several jobs over a short period of time, all of them becoming progressively more complicated and shorter. So if this is the type of scenario where your operation falls within, this is where this technology is going to help you, because you need to be faster, you need to be efficient, you need to save cost, save money in doing this operation. So ink consumption, for example, might be even more than what it used to be before. But instead of being just one huge, gigantic batch, is made out of several small batches. So if you fall into this type of scenario, regardless of what kind of ink you are using, this is where this technology is helping a lot. Okay, so basically this is the concept of dispensing. So I'm not going to, and this is basically what is happening if you don't have a dispenser right now. So scenario number one, you need an X number of spot colors to carry on your operation, and you either purchase them ready-made from your ink supplier, or you have your internal capability to mix in-house your own spot colors, which is already a step forward, by the way. But if you do so, especially if you are buying the products ready-mix from your supplier, your production planning is rather inflexible because you don't really have much time to get changes, to do changes if any problem happens. If, on the other hand, you mix your ingredient manually, well, most likely you have multiple operation and multiple QC. And these all things will have been time-consuming, of course, labor-intensive. Labor-intensive, I understand that Indonesia probably doesn't quite have a labor shortage problem, or maybe yes, I don't know. It will be, probably one day. But the issue is that the more manual operations are carried out, the higher are the chances that mistakes will be made. And this is a very big problem, as we have also listened in the previous presentation. There is also a very important point which involves excessive manual operation, is the complete or almost complete lack of traceability. So I understand that among you there are some brand owners, and if there is one thing that they are very interested to know, if it's their own clients, they have a proper traceability system in place, because if anything goes wrong, they need to know where it went wrong and what needs to be done to correct it. So our software guarantees complete traceability. So whatever is going to the press, as far as ink resources are concerned, we know the history of these resources. So we will touch this subject a lot, so we will talk about it again. Doing these things without any assistance from a technology like ours, for example, means that you are probably going to buy an excessive amount of product from your supplier. Or, if you mix it yourself, we are going to produce more than what you need. First is because if you buy your special colors from a supplier, most likely there is a minimum quantity that they will have to impose, obviously. So even though you know that you don't need that much, you are forced to buy that minimum quantity. If you make it yourself with the several QC operations that most likely you will have to do if you mix everything manually, you end up with more than what you actually planned to have. So all these overmakes or overbuy, they build up your stock. So you end up having excessive stocks, which is money stuck there when it would be more fruitful and important to have it in your bank account that you can use for other purposes. So, leftover handling. So this one, when I talk to customers, potential customers, I always tell them that first and foremost, they need to be very honest with themselves, not with me. Because many I talk to, oh, we have no problem with leftovers. We recycle 100% of our leftovers. Well, okay, I have a little bit of a question mark on that. I wonder how they do it. But, you know, if you think you can, excellent, fantastic. It means that we cannot help you out. But honestly speaking, that's not quite the real scenario. So if you have problem with leftover handling and you have an excessive amount of leftovers, this is the time that you start looking into how to reduce that. Production traceability, I'm not going to repeat myself, but this is an incredibly important point. So here we go. In a nutshell, these are some of the problems, not all, but some of the most important ones. This is mostly focused on users, printers, and so on. Obviously, if you are an ink manufacturer, you have other issues, but you know, we can discuss about that privately if you wish, because I believe that most of you here are anyway end users. So anyway, what happens with an ink management system? Not I mean to say, not necessarily with a dispenser. This I need to be very clear, because in fact, today we are going to give you a demonstration with the PESA. The PESA is a manual handling system. It's not an automatic one. This one behind me is an automatic dispenser. But maybe some of you are not quite ready to make this type of investment. But I cannot believe that you are not ready to make this investment once you understand how this works. So, as I said, what happens with a proper ink management system? Obviously, with the dispenser would be even better. So, consistency and reproducibility of your formula. So you eliminate the manual part of the process. Obviously, you are going to be much more accurate and faster in doing the job. So errors are eliminated. Overmakes are eliminated. Because if you need 20 kilos, you produce 20 kilos. You don't produce 30 or 50 or whatever. You are not forced to buy 50 because your supplier's minimum quantity is 50. You need 20, you produce 20. That's it. And of course, without unnecessary QC. Again, right first time, just enough. This is how we summarize the points above. Waste elimination, leftovers are reused for future production, but remember one thing, the target here is not, although it's part of the process, to perfectly reuse your leftovers. The main target of a proper ink management is not to have leftovers. That's the main target. Of course, it's obvious that some leftovers are inevitable, so there will always be leftovers, even with the most perfect type of scenario, but we will take care of those leftovers. The target is to get to the point where you have as little as this leftover as possible, and this is how we are going to show you today. Production flexibility, response time. Imagine you can cut the umbilical cord with, I hope that ink manufacturers among you are not going to shoot me right now, but you can limit or reduce the dependability on your ink supplier, because you don't need to wait for them to give you the spot color for you to check if it's correct or not. Indonesia is a large country. Your factory might not be next door to your ink supplier. So if the ink supplier is supposed to send you the spot color every time you need them, first of all, you must have a very good plan production ahead of time. Second, if there is any problem, they need to send it again. And knowing the horrendous traffic condition in this part of the world, it's probably something that you might want to avoid if you can. So if you can make this job in-house, you cut down on logistics, which is actually beneficial to your ink supplier as well, because these are costs for them too. It's not only for your side. And you can be more flexible. Your response time to your own customer is going to be much faster, because you can do things in-house in a very fast manner. Stock rationalization. We touched about the stock problem in the previous presentation. So you reduce stock. Your money is not going to be stuck somewhere. You can use it for different and better purposes. Control over cost, of course. Our software can guide you also. It can let you know exactly how much you are spending in terms of ink resources. Obviously, reduce dependability on manpower. This is not much of a cost saving. I understand that in Indonesia it's not quite that relevant yet. But as I said, eliminate mistakes, it's already a very large, a very big step forward. Preparation time will be reduced, of course. Working conditions, safety, hygiene, these are things that it's difficult to put a price tag on these things. But sometimes Next point, better floor space utilization. Sometimes I meet customers that they tell me, oh, I can't use a dispenser. I say, why not? Because I don't have space. And my counter to that is that actually you don't have space because you don't have a dispenser. That's the reason why you don't have space. Because if you're doing all your operation manually, if your stock is out of the roof because of unnecessary buying of products and so on, if your waste, if your ink recycling, ink reuse is not properly done, these things, on top of being costly, they take away space. So I always jokingly say, it's like somebody says, I cannot buy a wardrobe. Why not? Because my clothes are all over the floor. Well, your clothes are all over the floor because you don't have a wardrobe. That's the same concept of a dispenser. You will see, you use it, and magically there will be more space available in your production that you can use for something more productive. Environmental protection, less waste, less problem to the environment. We've been touching on this point for many, many years. Nobody gave a damn about environmental protection until recently. Now I'm glad that this is also a point which is now much more relevant than what it was 20 or 30 years ago, and also in some countries there are some serious limitations on what you can or cannot do, so to have a proper resources management, it also helps down the road with the environmental protection. Another thing, there is a lot now talking about interconnectivity. Everybody is interconnected. We are all interconnected in one way or another. Our work is no longer like it used to be before, and our systems not necessarily need to be like sitting on a small island on their own, living a life of their own, but they can be fully integrated with your factory. So full integration with your own ERP system. Our software is a little ERP to a certain extent because it already does a lot of jobs which are normally performed by an ERP system. But many of you will probably have your own ERP system to control all your operations in your factory. And our software can be linked to your ERP so that there is a seamless exchange of information going back and forth, and this is much, much better also for the future of the company. And everything, again, traceability according to ISO rules. One of our biggest customers in the world is Tetra Pak. And Tetra Pak is the company which many years ago insisted, because we didn't have it back then, but it's thanks to their feedback that our software was upgraded to guarantee traceability. Because of some small issues that Tetra Pak had during production time, they wanted that issue to be resolved. Since that it's our software, we develop it, it's our baby, we have modified it and upgraded it in such a way that now, thanks to this, issue, this point of traceability is now available to all our users. So, this in a nutshell, some of the benefits of having a proper ink management system, possibly with a dispenser. I just wanted to show you that sometimes we have a situation where part of the job can be performed manually, part of the job can be done automatically. So it depends. There are this was, for example, a cosmetic manufacturer, and whereby half of the job was done by a dispenser, which was supposed to produce a certain formula in a very accurate manner. The formula was then transferred to a holding tank. On the other hand, we had a PESA, just like this one, where the powder were handled, because you cannot handle powder with a liquid, obviously, a liquid ink dispenser, and sometimes powder are a bit tricky to handle, sometimes required in very small quantity, so it was much easier to handle them manually. Nevertheless, our software is handling them both. So part of the formula was done automatically, part of the formula was done manually. So we also have this kind of hybrid system which are many times used. Sometimes this is used for the handling of quantities which are very small, or maybe some ingredients which are used very rarely, so that it would not be convenient to include them in the overall dispensing system, so you keep them aside, but when you need them, the software will prompt the operator, go and get this particular product, weigh it, the software is all talking to each other, and once this operation is done, you can add it into the formula. So this was just to give you an idea of the flexibility of this process. So, this is a typical ink dispenser configuration. So you might have the concept, you can have some, if you decide that you want to create your own special colors, so you don't want to rely on somebody doing them for you, you probably need to have some bases, some technical compounds, also known as technical varnishes, and the mixture of this, according to some predetermined formulations, will give you your printing ink. Sometimes you have a clear base and a technical compound that becomes an extender. Sometimes you have all components separated and just mixed as necessary. So this could be a typical configuration of a dispenser. So you have your concentrates, you have your technology compound, you have maybe an extender, you have a certain number of solvents, and based on a formulation that either you have because your ink supplier has given it to you, or you develop it yourself, which is something that we will touch later, you produce your press-ready ink. And by doing so, first of all, you will, I would like to say eliminate, but I know perfection is not of this world, but you would probably reduce to the very minimum any correction at the press, which by right shouldn't be done, okay? In the perfect world, no correction should be done at the press. Some solvent addition, yes, to maintain the viscosity, but let's remember that solvents are also part of the formula. So the formula will leave the ink kitchen at press-ready dilution. So what you are going to do at the press, you are going to maintain the viscosity, but you're not going to send the concentrates to the press and then dilute them there. So this is part of the process. I'm mentioning that because one of the observations that we receive many times when we do presentation is, oh, but the ink, it comes back, is diluted. Yes, we know it's diluted, but it's diluted from the beginning, not at the press. So we know how much solvent it goes into the ink. So, and by the way, if you really want to be super accurate, you can check the viscosity even when the ink comes back, and our software will consider that eventually. But honestly, in practical terms, this is not really necessary. But anyway, of course, this doesn't apply if we are talking about UV flexo or offset, which is perfect because there is no dilution at the press. Whatever goes, it's whatever comes back, so it's absolutely perfect. If any of you are in the UV flexo or offset, conventional or UV, ink dispensing technology, in that case, it's perfect because there are no even this kind of problematics, which are instead very much common for liquid inks. And this is what we are going to discuss later in a practical manner. But this is, let's say, the circle of life of ink management. So you have your products, which are delivered in bulk from your supplier. These products, and we will show you how this is done, are going to be checked. Checked in the sense not check the quality. Of course, if you want to check the quality, that's up to you, but we are talking about absorbing the data of these products coming in. So we know when these products have arrived, we know who is the supplier, we know the batch number, we know the quantity, we know the production time, we know the expiry date, we know the value, we know everything about these products. But they might not go directly to the dispenser. Maybe they will go to the warehouse, which is exactly what we are going to show you later. Later they will be connected to the dispenser or used in your ink kitchen manually, whichever way you want. But everything is recorded. Every time these products move from point A to point B, all the way to when you produce your finished product, which is the result of a combination of any of these, we know where is this coming from. That's why we can guarantee traceability. So when we prepare the ink and we send it to the press, we also know where is this ink going, for which job is it going, in which quantity it is gone, and etc., etc. When we finish the job and we bring it back, we measure the returns. We will show you everything later. So basically, by doing this, of course, creation of work order. You see here the combination between ERP and our software. Generation of work order. We will talk about this later. What is this design thing? Production by design, extremely important to save money, okay? And etc., etc. And of course, in the bottom right corner, returns management. So whatever is coming back from the press, how do we reuse them again? So I'm not going to waste the time to talk about it here because we will see it live later on. Okay, and this is our software, the star of, let's say, the day, because it is thanks to this that we are able to perform all the operations that I just now mentioned. So our software is called iMaestro. iMaestro, maestro means teacher in Italian. And we decided that our software, which previously had a different name, the IM was, of course, a combination between maestro, teacher, and the I in front to make it IM group. So iMaestro has several offsprings, several children, so which are all based on the main software, but with different applications. So we have developed different softwares depending on where is this software going to go, for which kind of application. As I mentioned, it is internally developed, so we do it ourselves. We can customize it if necessary. And so this is probably the most important point of the talk today. So this is where I would like to stress more than anything else. So these are some, by the way, you have this information in the presentation that you can download from the QR code, so it's no problem. You can go through it later. But these are some of the benefits and features of our software. The graphic has been recently changed, much better interface, much easier to navigate. We have also the Android version of iMaestro. Therefore, you can use mobile devices, if you so prefer, to do some operations that, again, we will mention it during the presentation. And as mentioned before, our software, which is by itself, it's like a small ERP system anyway, because we have stock management, cost management, return management, customers management. So basically, even if you use only our software, you already have a small ERP for your ink resources, but it can be integrated. This is just an example of an integration between our software with a manufacturing execution system, so for a factory. So this is something that we do all the time. And it doesn't have to be done on day one, it can also be done later on, so you can start and then decide, okay, this is now time to integrate it with my ERP, or maybe you are working on your ERP right now and you want to do that in the future, no problem. So we have multiple Windows system. I'm just going through very quickly all these things. Anyway, you will see for yourself once you download the presentation, you have that. We have multiple choices for the language. So if your operator is not that familiar with English, you can set it with the local, the Bahasa Indonesia. And if some of us requires to access the software from remote, which is perfectly possible, provided you give the authorization to do so, we can quickly switch back to either English or Italian, do whatever is necessary, and then once we leave the connection, set it back to the language of choice of our customer. So planning, production planning, and et cetera, just very quickly. Full integration with PLC, so our machines, our dispensers, they have a PLC system. We can basically operate on the PLC software directly from our software, so it's easier in terms of operation. If we have these are all customizable. This is, for example, a system with a fully automatic production line, 3 dispensing head, automatic gyro mixers, and palletizer. This is for PPG, so it's in the coating industry. But all this plugs in, so are all things which are customized according to the customer, to the requirements. Again, the plug-in mountable, and so we built on the standard software. We have advanced sorting, filtering, more or less like we are all used now with normal conventional softwares. We can customize the page, show what we want to show, hide what we don't want to, we are not interested. We have the question mark that you can press if you don't really remember what is this all about. It will direct to the instruction manual so that you have your answer. Customized reports, this is also very important. We can automatically generate reports to be sent back to the relevant persons on request, by request. So the report can be in PDF, Excel, Word, whatever format you prefer. Let's say every Monday morning at 9 o'clock, accounts department wants to have the stock check, so the stock balance will be sent to this email address. The managing director wants to know production for the past week, blah, 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 and et cetera, et cetera. So all these reports can be customized and can be sent once a day, twice a day, once an hour, whatever, once a month to the relevant people as requested, as required. All our systems are scalable, which is very good for you because once we decide what is the best solution for you, and this is subject to discussion on a person-to-person basis, we always ensure that this system is going to be with you for the foreseeable future, including potential expansion. So for example, our PESA over here, it's just a very simple system. You might want to start with something like this, because you might want to familiarize yourself with the software, which, like every software, has a learning curve that I'm afraid you will have to go through. So, but if one day you tell me, okay, I really like it, I appreciate all the benefits and everything, but it is now time for me to move on to this, because I can't really do things manually anymore. My production has increased, and I would like to go. I understand now the benefits of the software, I like it, it's time for me to move on to an automatic dispensing system. Well, we can recycle just about everything that you already got here. Provided that the scale is the correct size, we can recycle the same scale. The computer, well, it's a computer, so we can recycle the computer. The software is already there. Barcode reader, label printer, all these items are already with you. So even if in one year time you want to move on to an automatic dispensing system such as this one or any of the systems that you will see in the downloadable forms, we can basically recycle all these items in full, so you don't have to spend money again for the same things. So this is something that we do gladly to help our customers in their growth. Definition of roles and users. Of course, not everybody must have access to the same information. So some people with some credentials can go and see certain things. Other people with lower credentials can do and see only certain things. Also, this prevents people who are not too experienced with the usage of the software to make mistakes or to change parameters when they are not supposed to do so. This is very, well, it changed on my computer, but not here. This is interesting. Let's try again. Yes, okay. So this is the maintenance program. So our software also monitors. We are talking about automatic dispensing system, of course. We are not talking about the PESA. There is nothing to monitor there. But if we are talking about an automatic dispensing system, again, such as this one behind, you will see that you have pumps. We have dispensing valves over here. So our software will monitor how many pulsations the pumps have done over a period of time, how many times the valves have opened and closed. So we have all the data here. So our maintenance team, before coming to your place, they can log in, check what's the situation, and more or less understand that, okay, most likely there will be a couple of pumps that need some service, there will be maybe a couple of valves whose O-rings is time to change. So you have a preventive maintenance schedule that can be done just by looking at the software. So this is very important to prevent a problem before they happen. KPI to consult, etc., etc. So report flexibility, we just spoke about it. And again, as I mentioned at the very beginning, it is now our iMaestro software. It's also available on Android. And these devices, apart from not being particularly expensive, even the explosion-proof ones. So there are industrial type portable devices which are also suitable for zone 1 or zone 2, and they are not even excessively expensive. Normal ones, which are for non-classified areas, they are honestly pretty affordable. And by using this version of our software, the Android version of our software, you basically have a portable software with you. So you can do stock check, for example. You can carry it with you in your warehouse and make sure that whatever you have or you think you have actually corresponds to reality. We will see a lot of these applications in real-life application later with our demonstration. So this is something that is also quite important. Again, interface with SAP or external software, as we mentioned before. SAP Analytic Cloud, Cloud Solution Technology Partner SAP, so we have done a lot of works together with them, so we are pretty good. And then we have our topic of return ink management. Now, before going into this, at this point, according to our schedule, it's 12 o'clock, Michael, so what shall we do? Shall we start with the presentation, the live presentation, or at this point we stop for lunch and we continue later? A 30 minutes extension? Perfect. Okay, so we will continue and we will go on until 12:30. So maybe like this we will finish a bit earlier in the afternoon, so maybe you can beat the traffic on the way home. And we can maybe just at this point, dive into the presentation, the live presentation of our PESA. Okay? And we will get back to this subject later, once we have to cross this bridge, because return management is obviously one of the main topics that we are going to discuss. So I will, for the moment, I will get out of here, and you can now share the video, the recording, the camera, sorry. Okay. All right. So, who is going to be my assistant? Tree. Big round of applause for my assistant, Mr. Tree, who is going to do all the operations that we are going to see today. Of course, it's probably easier if you look at the big screen. But anyway, a little bit of an introduction of what's going to happen. Behind the scene, but extremely important, is our Arpan, who is Arpan. Say hello, everyone. Is our software engineer, so he is going to be the one who will help us to visualize what's happening through our software, while Ari is going to do the operations live. So, first and foremost, let me tell you what is this PESA all about. The PESA in Italian actually means weight, or to weight. Technically it's pesare, to weight, but anyway, let's not get too involved into Italian grammar and today. But anyway, what do we have in a PESA? In a typical desktop PESA, we have a scale, as you can see, with its own display. We have our software, so here we go. We have our normally a conventional laptop computer with our, what happens? Activate the zebra, which is not an animal, it's that instrument. So there are no animals have been injured during this presentation. It's an, okay, perfect. So we have our software, we have our PC, we have our scale, and we have our report printer. Then among the options, but I mean, I don't really feel they should be optional. They should be really involved into the whole things. We have a label printer, and we have a barcode reader, and if needed, or if required, we have the Android device. Now, as I mentioned before, you can have either this type of Android device or the mobile type, the mobile phone type of device. Sometimes this is not, I mean, it's a preference. This one is a little bit more costly than the Android, the typical mobile phone device, but some companies do not allow operators to walk around with mobile phones. So that's why this is the alternative option. But anyway, it's on a case-by-case basis. In all our offers, we always give both options. So if you prefer something like this, it's a portable computer kind of stuff, great. If you want to go for the mobile device, it's also available. So everything will be there for you to choose from. This one instead is a conventional handheld gun type, which is used for some special jobs. And that's it, really. This is it. This is what the PESA is all about. And in practical terms, this is extremely useful if you have to handle small quantities. Say, for example, you are into the UV flexo or offset, both conventional as well as UV offset, and your batch sizes that you have to produce to send them to the press are small. Because for UV flexo, you have to make maybe 1 kilo, 1.5 kilo, 800 grams, 900 grams. This is the quantity that you require to send to the press. And most likely, your raw material, your base components, they come maybe in very manageable and small packaging. So in this case, this is kind of perfect, really. I mean, you can do your own formulation using the software. The software will guide you through the operation, so prevent you from making mistakes and so on and so forth, and guarantee all the benefits of our software, because the software that we use for this system and the software that we use for a system like this, or bigger, it's the same. Is exactly the same software. The only difference is the machine does the job automatically. Here, you do the job manually. But other than that, no differences. Of course, if you are telling me that you are in the rotogravure business, you have to produce several tons of ink on a daily basis. Your batch size is between 30 kilos, 40 kilos, 50 kilos, and your raw material do not come in in packaging which are easily handled in this manner, but they come in drums. To use a PESA, maybe it's not that convenient because the manual work is going to be quite difficult. So, but other than that, no limitation apart from the logistics of having to do this manually. Okay, so this is what it is. We have 3 types of PESA, actually 4. One, which is the desktop, which is the, let's say, the entry-level kind of PESA. We have which is suitable for water-based system, or in any case where you don't have any hazardous environment requirements or whatever. So no zone 1, no zone 2, no. So it has to be a safe environment. We can have the same, but with a stand. Let's say it looks like an ATM machine, just to give you an idea. Because some customers says, well, I don't want to have this scattered all over my table. I prefer to have a standalone kind of things, all integrated, a little bit more ergonomics. Maybe I want my customers to see it, and this is not presentable. Fine. We also have the stand to integrate all these items in it. Then we have the PESA for Zone 2. Which you will use an ESA PC, touchscreen ESA PC, suitable for Zone 2. But if you need to use the PESA in Zone 1, then we need to give you a pressurized cabinet. So it's available basically for every kind of environment that you might want to use it. Okay? But today we will see the desktop version. Okay, so what do we have here before we start? We have, these are the inks. Of course, these are powders, so to prevent splashing, and then it's a little bit more easier to handle, so you can use your imagination. These are our components, our inks, okay? We have only 5, just because today it's just a demo, okay? So we will use this to produce our formula, but before that we will go through the step-by-step of before, that I mentioned to you before. We have some sample productions, 2 labels, one for Pristine and one for Sprite. So this is just to show what could be a normal day-to-day operation. We will produce for you some labels, production labels, return labels, and et cetera, to show you how we maintain the traceability of our production. Okay, so basically this is it. So let's start with the first topic, let's say, which you can see it's the first operation in your storyboard, okay? So the first operation, what do we have in this first operation? So we have a new product coming from your supplier, okay? So here comes the van. and we deliver, which one we are going to deliver today? We have to put it in stock B. Component number 5, okay. All right? So component number 5, which is the red one, it's empty. Okay, so it means that in this very moment in the warehouse there is nothing. Okay, the warehouse is empty. So, and today our supplier, sorry, stock A. My bad. So this is the warehouse. So today the supplier delivers this product. So we scan the barcode because of course the product has to be delivered with the proper barcode with all the information of this product inside the barcode, production, batch number, value, quantity, and etc., etc. And by scanning it using our mobile device, we basically signal to our software that now this product has been moved to our warehouse. And please go ahead. So upload automatically there you go. So now it shows 1 kilo, yes, 1 kilo of product has been delivered. There is the batch code and etc., etc. So this is now available in the warehouse, okay? Second step, at this point we need to take this product from the warehouse and bring it into our ink kitchen to use it, okay? So at this point we need, by the way, we can handle two different warehouses. You can have warehouse A, warehouse B, and production. So we can assign your products, your material, in 2 different warehouses if that's your scenario, okay? So once we need this product, we bring it into our production. In this case, we are just taking this container from the warehouse and we bring it into our ink kitchen to use, because we are talking about a manual operation. In a dispensing system operation, what would happen is that the product that you get from the warehouse, you connect it to the dispensing system. So you have a drum, you go and pick up the drum from the warehouse, and you take it to the dispensing system and you attach it to the dispensing system, okay? And in this way, now we are going to move it from the warehouse to the, let's say, to our production, to our working flow, production flow. Sorry? No, we were supposed to move the, are you already moved it? Oh. Okay, well, there you go. My colleague has actually already done it, so has moved okay. Okay. Oh, it's already moved to the, okay, perfect. So, sorry, my bad, but I was not really paying attention, focusing to talking to you, but basically he has already moved the stock, which was previously in the warehouse, into the ink kitchen. So now what we have 5 components, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there you go, they are all on the table, and they are all available for production, okay? So there was this in-between step, which, my bad, sorry, I didn't notice that he already did it. Okay, fine, no problem. So now we have basically this 5 products available, okay? So we are already, wow, we are moving very, very fast. We are now at operation number 3. So, operation number 3 involves our design. Where is the design? Ah, here we go. So let's say that now we need to produce this design. In everything that we print, everything that you guys print is a design at the end of the day. So today we are doing pristine, okay? So what we have to do, let's say that this is the very first time that we are going to do this job. We do not have any track record. It's a new company, new customer, new job, first time we do it. So we will need to estimate how much ink we most likely going to need to make this design, to print this design. Okay, so at this point, this is an estimation. Every company has its own way to estimate the ink consumption, and we key in this first estimation into our software. Based on the quantities that we need to produce, we decide that to do this job, today we need to produce 3 spot colors, okay? So we need the 3 spot colors, and we need them, all of them, in a certain quantity. So what's going to happen now? 3 is going to show how to do the first of this formula. And he will also purposely make a couple of mistakes so that we will show you also what happens if these mistakes are done, okay? And get ready, because after this, it is audience participation time. So we need 2 volunteers. Don't come all together, please. 2 volunteers to do formula number 2 and formula number 3. So I want somebody with a steady hand that will come on stage and prepare some of our formulations, okay? Michael, where are you? He's gone there. Start selecting the volunteers, because I know that otherwise they will not come. So, first thing, let's show the software and let's show what is the formula that we need to make. Okay. Why don't you grab a microphone so that they can hear you? Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, here is a pristine design. So the reference we will do the production is based on 1,000 meters. So the formula contains, there are 3 formulas to produce this design. So based on this estimation, each formulas will be dispensed about 0.3 kilogram or 300 grams.
Okay, of course, this is it's not a realistic scenario, obviously, but to make it simple for presentation purposes, these 3 formulas are required, all of them in 300 grams quantity. Obviously, in real life, this is never going to happen, but we needed to make it manageable in terms of quantity for you guys to appreciate the process. But obviously, it's never going to be 300, 300, 300, but I believe that everybody can understand that. Yeah. So this is it. So we are going to make the first formula. Now, first of all, this formula is made out of how many components, Arpan? Three components. So these are the 3 components of that formula. Now, how do we have that formula? That's another subject. The formula can be, as I said, provided to you by your ink supplier. You might have a spectrophotometer and you generate your own formula. There are different ways. But let's say that you already have this formula in your database to make it things simple. So now you have these 3 components that you have to choose, and those in a correct manner. First mistake that our Ari will do, he will choose the wrong component, because let's remember that this is still a manual operation. So what happens if somebody genuinely makes a mistake? So instead of taking component 1, he will take component 2 or whatever. What's happening? Now, let's proceed. So first of all, he will put an empty container on the scale. Yeah, you go back to the screen. Well, you are delayed by a lot of time. See, you see yourself in the past. We just invented time traveling. There you go. Okay.
So the first formula will be white pristine.
Okay.
So it contains 2 components. For
Ah,
the
2
first,
components.
for the first
So when are
formula.
we going to make the mistake?
For the first component, we will pour.
Okay. Is it possible to show that he select the wrong component first?
On
Okay.
On the
second one.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so the first mistake that he will do is, please proceed. So now what we have to, wait, what happened? Is it possible to show one screen the software, one screen him, or not possible? Cannot be, cannot share. Okay, anyway, so better to focus on the software in this very moment. So what's happening is that component number 1, it's, he has to dispense 150 grams, okay? What happens if he makes a mistake? So first of all, he select, yep. Wrong barcode.
Because, yeah, wrong component.
He selected the wrong component.
This is
So the software knows that this is not what is needed for this formula. So this is already one way that we have to prevent mistakes from the operator. Something that if you already do this job or a similar job manually and you don't have this kind of process, it might happen that your operator, by mistake, picks up one container instead of the other one. And you will realize it only when it's too late. So especially if the colors are similar and so on and so forth, okay? So in this case, the barcode reading, which is a must-do exercise, it's not like a choice, will immediately stop him from doing something wrong. Now he will select the correct one. There. And you switch immediately to the production page. At this point, our Ari, who didn't sleep enough last night, he will make another mistake. And then after that, we have to fire him, because really, 2 mistakes in a short span, it's unacceptable, Ari, my goodness. So now, the second mistake that he's going to do, it's in the quantity. Please go ahead. So he's supposed to dispense 150 grams. For the PESA, and this is specifically for the PESA, there is a special screen that will help the operator to follow the process. So as long as the bar gets colored, it means that it's approaching the target weight. Okay, so here he goes, and then this is what's happening, and this is the target. He's still green. No, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, my goodness. Yeah, because it's the delay, sorry. Yeah, I don't remember that that's the delay image. Anyway, so instead of 150, it's 191. So, it's above and beyond our tolerance, because of course you have a tolerance. By the way, even the scale has a tolerance. So maybe this is a plus or minus 1 gram. So even if instead of 150 grams it's 149 or 151, as far as the scale is concerned, it's okay. It's still 150 because it's within the tolerance of the scale. There is also a tolerance that we might want to put as users, you know, like, okay, plus or minus 2 grams, I'm still accepting it, or whatever. So these are all parameters that you can set. But let's say that definitely 191, it's way beyond any acceptable terms. So what are we going to do here? The job of the software is, at this point, to recalculate the formula to balance it up with the next component or components, if we have more than one, obviously, so that that error is going to be balanced by the other components. So let's proceed.
Yeah, but Andrea, maybe the original requirement previously is 150 for both component.
Yes.
Since this one is over, so the next component will be adjusted to this the same value.
Exactly, yeah. So now Ari, which by now should have stabilized his hand, the requirement is now different. Obviously, since that this was a very simple formula, it was 50-50, it's mathematically obvious that if the first one was 191 gram, the second one clearly will be 191 gram too, because the formula is a 50-50 formula. If the formula was 70-30 or 80-20, obviously that will be automatically checked and balanced by the software. So the operator doesn't really need to think, oh my God, what am I supposed to do now? It's the software telling them, telling him or her what to do. So now he will proceed with the second dosing. So please go ahead, Tree. First of all, again, select the things. Correct? Yes, perfect. Now you can continue. Now, of course, there are situations whereby the mistake done by the operator is so big, which cannot be corrected, okay? So maybe he makes the mistake with the last components in such a manner that it becomes too complicated to actually go back and try to correct it. Or he will generate too much overmakes anyway. So it's basically not feasible to do it. So what's going to happen in this case? Okay, that it's a wrong production, so you cannot send it to press, but it will be labeled as a return. So we will treat it as a return ink. And it will be used for the next production whenever possible. And we will show you how it's that done when we will handle the returns. Now Ari is really taking it very carefully this time, and we are almost there. You can use the little spoon at the end if you want to be really good. In the Philippines, Alex was spot on with we have done the first of this event in the Philippines a few weeks ago, and our colleague there was amazingly accurate. Let's see, Tree, don't let me down. There you go. Come on, just one. Just one. Just this powder is bloody wet. Okay. And here we go. So finally we have our formula. Of course, we have done a little overmake, yes. We were supposed to do 300 grams. We have done few extra grams because of the mistake that was done in production. But nevertheless, we have monitored that, we have corrected that, and in any case, we will have the way to compensate by reusing our return ink once they come back from the press. Now, the next step is to label this production. This is a very important thing because I get very frustrated when I see our customers using the dispenser like a coffee machine. And what does it mean to use the dispenser like a coffee machine? You go there, you recall the formula, you put in the pail, you call for 20 kilo, off you go. Where is it going? For what production? To which printing press? Why? Why are you doing 20 kilo? What is that for? But unfortunately, many use the dispenser in such a fashion, which is wrong, honestly. It's very wrong because you are missing all the information about this production. Yeah, okay, you dispense 20 kilo in 3 minutes, okay, fine, if you are happy, good for you. But you are basically throwing into the rubbish bin all the information that they, by right, should be related to that production. Because if you don't do that, once that ink is coming back from the press. First of all, you had no idea where that ink went, to which job was it related to, so you will never be able to keep a record and build a database on what ink was actually used for that particular production. So the next time, you will still produce 20 kilo. And maybe you didn't need 20 kilo, you needed only 15 kilos. But you will keep producing additional ink for nothing because you do not keep track. And this is procedurally wrong. So that's why we need to give an ID card to every production that we make. At least we know exactly where is this formula going, for which job and to which printing press. Sometimes, because you have maybe 3, 4, 5 printing presses, one is new, one is 15 years old, the same formula, using the same components, going to press number 1, it's not the same formula for the same color going to press number 3, because the characteristics of the press are different. So this is another thing that, of course, this is all database building. This is not that magically our software decides that if you go to press number 1, the formula is different than going to press number 3. We need to input this information. We do not create them out of thin air. But we know that if we need this specific color and it needs to go to that press, it's this formula. If we need this color and it has to go to that press, it's this formula. Probably very similar, maybe a little bit changed. So that's why it's important to keep track of what you're doing, generate a work order associated with to a design, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the first ink is ready to go. Now, who's coming here to do number 2 and number 3? Come on, 2 volunteers before lunch. Let's move a little bit and build up an appetite. It's not difficult. I'm not gonna hit you if you make a mistake. Don't worry, we know how to correct it anyway. Michael, force somebody out of their chair. Pick one randomly. Oh my God, people start panicking already? There you go. You had the amazing idea of sitting at our table, uninvited, so now you will be severely punished by coming over here and do this job. A round of applause to Mr. Perfect. Give him a very difficult, hello. Give him a very difficult formula. 3 components, oh my God. Okay, so Ari will, 3 will help you out. First of all, empty container on the scale. After this,
Just a moment.
okay. I will cancel the operator number 3, and we will do it ourselves. Okay, so the formula is on the screen, so yes. This time 3 components.
Yeah.
Again, the quantity, sorry, I cannot see. It's 90, 120, and again 90, so for a total of 300 grams. So first of all, same story, he will need to pick up the correct component. Are we there? Okay. So, component 1. Please select component 1. Scan the barcode. And it is correct. Now we need to dose 90 grams. I hope you're good in cooking. This is not gunpowder, so it's not really dangerous. So we are not at risk of explosion, so it's okay. 3, you are way too helpful. I think you can go ahead and drop it in slowly, because it will be probably not. Yes, because that one is delayed, so you better look at the screen on the ground, yeah. And 49, 59, 58, 59, 60, 62, 3, 4, 5. We're almost there. Okay, anybody looking for ink specialist? Here there is a candidate showing his skill already live. We are live on YouTube for your information, so the whole world is watching you, no pressure there. '83, anytime today, thank you. Obviously, nerves are playing a major role right now, but we are basically, okay, one more, you can make it. This last gram is always, okay. A big round of applause for component number 1. Don't worry, we have another 2 to go, so we can start with component, what, number 2? Yes, well. Again, scan the component.
Nomor 3.
Sorry, cannot see a damn thing.
Component number 3.
Okay.
Component number.
Yes. He's an expert already. Very good. And now we need 119. Okay. Oh, you're doing so much better than the first one. You see, practice makes perfect. Oh, no! That's cheating. Let's say that no, we didn't see that. Okay, we didn't see that. Done? Perfect. Okay. All right. Very good. So anyway, it's recorded, so I'm afraid there is no coming back. But, okay, we go for number 3. Yes.
Component number 5.
Well, component number 3, but it's component 5 in our list. So, of course, even if this was done, I mean, I repeat myself, but the formulation would have been adjusted, so you would have to add a little bit of the component number 1, and of course, a little bit extra of component number 3. But now, I think you got the message, so let's not be too tedious on that, and we can proceed speedily with the third and last part of the formula. We have recently sold a system comprising of, if I'm not mistaken, 5 different PESAs, all connected to each other, because there are 5 different teams working on the same formula, but all entirely manually, because this system was sold to Campbell for the soup preparation. So if you guys are buying Campbell soup, so just know that the manufacturing process is done, at least some of the manufacturing process is done using our PESA with 5 units together with 5 different teams mixing different ingredients. We also had to customize a little bit the software for them, because the dosing process in that particular scenario is different from what we are normally used in the ink and paint, in the ink or paint industry. So different procedure, so we had to customize a little bit the software for them. And it's done. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Big round of applause. Did we print the labels? Done. Perfect. Okay, even the labels are done. So at this point, we need to do number 3, and you know, guess what? I will do it. Let's see if I'm good enough. Every time I talk. And so, let me get a hand on this. Label, let's label everything. There you go. I do it? Oh, what a honor. Then we put the label. Okay, there you go. Right in the middle, just like the immigration guy did on my passport, damn it. Anyway, right in the middle. Okay, so here we go. Where are the three productions? Over here. Okay, perfect. 1, 2, and 3. Now, obviously, these two, the three I'm going to do it now. Once they are done, they are ready to go to the press. Okay, so the next step, we will simulate, obviously, we have no machine here. We simulate the process. Some of this ink will be used. And the next step will be to evaluate how much ink is coming back after the job is concluded. And this will move on to the returns management, which is the next job. Okay, so here we go. I need to select component 2, if I'm not wrong.
Gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. 60 grams.
Look at the...
Okay, I better look at the screen. And this job cannot be performed by somebody suffering from Parkinson's disease. This is gonna be, it's not going to work otherwise. But let's see. Maybe at the beginning it could be helpful. Andrea, don't screw it up.
Awas screen ininya lah. Apa layar ininya lah.
No,
Oh, still.
no. I got distracted.
But first component,
But
still
anyway,
okay.
it's the first component. Who cares? You know? You can still scoop something back and then do this. And no, again, I am really not good at this. That's why I just only talk.
Tolerance is 2 grams.
Tolerance is 2 grams, but I want to be really precise.
Okay.
Again, damn it. Come on. How much is this gram? Okay. So somebody my size that I don't care about grams.
I only think kilos. That's what I am worried about every morning. So, second, component 3. Am I correct? Yes. 180. Oh, here I can go down. Far away? Yeah, I can go down, right? Oh, okay.
Be careful.
21.
No. 50 grams.
Okay, honestly, this is the first time in my life I'm doing it, so please accept the fact that I am not used to this, but I'm sure that those of you who are in this business probably will be much faster. Okay, I'm approaching the green zone. You know what's the problem with powder? It's light. It's very light. It takes with water we would have done. Of course, with water is a little bit more easier than this. I'm really sweaty.
Another 5.
It's the last one that doesn't want to go. It's unbelievable. Let's hit it on the head. On the head. Hey, there you go. That was the last one, wasn't it? Yes. Okay. There you go. Number 3 done, or not yet?
Number 3, component 4.
Component 4. Hold on, I cannot believe it. I thought it was over. 3, help me out. You do it. Great. So,
60 gram ya.
anyway, so I think it's pretty clear, the process. Obviously, using color powder is very tricky because the flow is it's not really steady as it would be with the liquid. But anyway, and obviously, it is also possible to avoid unnecessary mistake. It's also possible to measure the components separately, one by one, and then mix them all together at the last moment. So, in case the scooping it up process, it can always be done if you do not mix them until the very last minute. So, it's also possible to arrange it in this manner to avoid unnecessary mistakes. So, what we have seen done here manually, of course, a dispenser will do it automatically. So the dispenser will select automatically the components. The components will be brought to the dispensing head, which is this one, through a series of pumps and piping. And the dosing process will happen automatically through our special design dispensing valves, which have several different openings, big, medium, small, and we end with pulsation. This movement here with the hand is the equivalent of the pulsation for the dispensing head. So, which will release one drop at a time until the scale communicates to the software through the PLC that the target weight has been achieved. Okay? In case you have any issue or any overmakes or dosage, stuff like that, the correction of the formula can be done, of course, also through an automatic dispenser. That's clear. Okay, so now I believe, Michael, we need to stop for lunch. We will continue after lunch. But just to close, just to let you understand before we go, we have basically covered this operation, and we have done our dosing. As, by the way, this is our mascot. His name is Inky, for your information. So we have done this operation, which is operation number 4, and we have labeled all our production one by one. In the labels, we have all the information related to that particular production, and most importantly, in the label, it's written also to which design this production is related to. So we now know that to make this production run for this, pristine printing job, we had to dispense 300 grams of 3 components. We are now sending them to the press. We carry out our job. What could happen in a situation like this? 2 possible scenarios. Let's remember that this is our first time job. We have never done this printing job before for this label. So 2 possible cases: either we overestimated our requirements or we underestimated our requirements. So if during the printing process you see that you are running low of a certain color, no problem. You go back to the ink kitchen and you do a little bit more. And this will be updated in the software as well. So the software will record that we had to do a little bit extra production for that particular color. This will be captured and kept in the memory for the next time, and we will see how this what it will happen in practical terms. So basically, and this is the first major advantage that you have when you do this job in-house rather than relying on your supplier. Because, especially in scenario number one, you realize that you have underestimated your ink requirements, you are in trouble. Because if you need to wait for your ink supplier to deliver you extra ink, good luck, because this is never going to happen as you are already printing the job. And that will generate machine downtime because you cannot complete the job because you run out of color. What do you normally do to prevent this from happening? You order more ink. Not only because the minimum quantity of your supplier is such, therefore you cannot order less than that, but there is the tendency from the user to order a little bit extra because you don't want to run the risk of running out of ink halfway through the job, because you cannot ask your supplier, please give me another 20 kilos in half an hour. This is never going to happen. So this is a problem that you have. You will order more ink just to be on the safe side. What is this going to happen? What's going to happen after this? You will have a lot of returns, unnecessary returns. With this, in this manner, manually or automatically, we solve the first major problem, which is what I mentioned just now. In the meantime, we have traceability, we know what we have done, we have everything under control, we prevented mistakes by using barcode technology, if we have done any error, we know how to settle them, and etc., etc. Okay, so this is, we have reached the halfway mark as far as this PESA presentation is concerned. Let's adjourn for lunch, and we meet again later when we continue. In the meantime, if you have any question, write them down, and we will face them later after makan. Okay? Thank you very much.
Jadi setelah ini kita makan siang dulu, waktunya 1 jam, jadi nanti kita kembali lagi ke ruangan ini jam 2 kurang 10. Setelah ini ada sesi melanjutkan yang PESA ini, terus ada sesi tanya jawab, ada door prize-nya juga. Jadi nanti kita tunggu partisipasi dari peserta. Silakan, selamat makan siang.
Hello everyone, welcome back. They didn't offer any coffee, did they? For lunch? There was no coffee, right? So I'm afraid everybody will fall asleep now. So, okay, so let's keep it upbeat. So welcome back again. Let's get started. So where were we? We just produced 3 formulas, and we have labeled them. Let's 3. Let's put the 3 production somewhere where people can see it, even on the scale. I was talking to somebody about mixing just now. So obviously, when we are producing something, the dispenser or the operator manually, if you're using the PESA, will produce something like this, but you can see everything is still somewhat separated. So of course, we will need to mix this. Mixing is not part of dispensing, it's a different thing. Okay, so just now we dispensed. If we use a dispenser, we do it automatically. If we use our own hands, we do it manually. But then we need to mix the finished product before we send it to the press. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, it depends. What is this? Is ink, is a liquid linker? We can use a normal impeller. If it's offset, we can use different ways of mixing it, including vibration mixers, which sometimes work, sometimes they don't. But anyway, mixing is a different operation. Of course, we integrate our system also with the appropriate mixer. Okay, so I just wanted to say this because just now somebody was talking to me about mixing. So this is mixing. We have sold a dispensing system for UV flexo once, many times, but in this particular case, we found out that the user was actually using bottles to dispense the UV flexo. So he was using literally a bottle, like a normal bottle, and the formula was dispensed inside this bottle. Then the operator would close the bottle with a screw-on cap, just like a conventional plastic bottle, and on the way to the press, he was just shaking the ink like this. Well, you know, a bit creative, I guess, but that works. So anyway, mixing is a separate story. So now we have mixed our 3 formulas. There you go. And all have been properly labeled, so we know what they are and for which design and etc. And now we send them to the press. We send them to the press, and Ari will simulate, of course, that where is well, it's okay anyway. This is what we are going to show now. We are just going to throw away some of the inks, which we assume is the ink that has been used for printing. Okay, so now Ari will take one by one and okay, just remove some. It doesn't matter how much. Just remove some, half of it, more or less, or more than half. Just leave a little bit inside. More. We use. We have done a lot of printing, and that's it. Okay. This is the leftover of the first one. And you do the same for the other. Just, it's all anyway. We got you understand the concept. So we are using this ink in our printing process. And some more. And this is what is left of this one. And again, this one we do the same. So, once the job is finished, as I said before, but again, this is only a demo, so please also understand that not all the operations are possible to replica right now. So, as I mentioned before, you have 2 possible scenarios. Either you have underestimated your ink requirements, or you overestimated your ink requirements. Normally, people tend to overestimate the ink requirements because you want to avoid the problem of running out of ink halfway through the job. So generally, especially when you do it the first time, you try to be a little bit too generous in your ink quantity. So fine, now the job is finished, we finished our printing job, we bring back to the ink kitchen whatever leftover we have. So we start with the first one. So first of all, we need to identify what ink is that. And since that we use a certain container to go to the press, we are going to use the same container to bring the ink back to the ink kitchen. So whatever goes, come back in the same container. The container is labeled, as we know, so we know what is this. And now we are going to measure, without the cap, I suppose. With the cap?
Yeah, with the cap.
You have no problem. Okay, so you put that, and now we measure the leftover ink for this particular formula. How do we do that? We use the, first of all, we use the,
Taruh di atas, di scan.
okay, put it on the scale, and we scan the barcode. Okay, so in this manner, the software knows what ink is this. He knew, the software knew exactly how much ink we have produced, because we just did it 1 hour ago. And this is what is happening. So now, this one we did, how much was that? It was slightly over, no, how much was the original quantity that we have done? 382 grams. So we produced 382 grams, and we have now returned, what happened? So, 373, sorry. And how much we produced of this originally? Okay, we also generated a production report, by the way, so that was our original production report. So, 382, huh? White pristine, pristine, where is that answer? White pristine, okay. 382, dispense 382. And we took back 373. Oh, we used really little. Including the cap. Oh, okay. So what is the... Yeah, remove the cap, because otherwise it doesn't make much sense with the quantity. Yeah, because when we measured it, it was without the cap. So, okay. Now probably it will... Okay, 300 and... How come it's still 347? No. Asia? Okay, 347. It was 347. How is that possible? 82. So you just used very little. Oh, okay, all right, okay. Not a very realistic, scenario, because it should have been used a little bit more than that. That's why I was a bit puzzled on how come there is still so much included. Throw away. Don't worry. Just make use a lot more. We have to make it as realistic as possible. Leave maybe 1/3 of it inside, and then we can measure it back. Okay. All right, now we have 252. Okay, that's a little bit better. At this point, yes? Yes? Oh, okay. And but we cannot remove the weight of the container? Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is including the weight of the container, but the actual net weight, it's calculated by the software. So fine, excellent. So at this point, we need to produce a return label. Okay, so the next step is the production of the return label. The return label will basically identify what kind of return is this, and it will replace the production label, which now is no more used because the production is finished. So this little leftover ink will be identified as a return, okay, in the quantity that we now have. In this label, there will be several information. What color is this? The quantity. What is the contents inside this formula? Because this was generated by mixing, was produced by mixing a certain number of components, okay? And in a certain quantity. Once we remove the certain product, because we put it on the surface of our printing job, whatever is left over, we know how much of each component it's inside, because the formula is known to us. We have produced it. We know it's, let's say, 50%. This is a 50-50 production. It was 50% component 1, 50% component 3. The total quantity was 382. We now have a different quantity. That different quantity, which is 3 whatever, it's 50%, again, of course, it cannot be other than 50% component A, 50% component B, because that's the formulation of this particular return. Okay, so we are now producing a return label. The return label can be pasted on top of the production label, which is now no more useful. And this product will be placed, you can actually, in the meantime that I talk, you can do this operation. Also the 3 of them, because we need to do this for all 3 of the returns. And then once these returns have all been checked and relabeled as return, in that moment we can consider the job finished. So we have finished our printing job. And with this new data in hand, what do we know now? We know exactly how much ink has been used for this label, for the production of this label. Now we have an actual factual data. Before it was an estimation, which we did because it was the first time that we were printing this job. Now we have a data. What is going to happen the next time that we are going to print the same design? We don't have to estimate the quantity that we need to do this job. It might be a longer print run or a shorter print run, doesn't matter, but now the software knows exactly how much ink you need for each formula for this particular design. Therefore, it's our software telling you how much ink you need to produce. It's no longer an estimation, it's based on a precise data. So you will realize, if you use this feature properly, you will realize that over time, it's not an overnight miracle, please, we have to be realistic. Over time, because this is a self-updating data, every time the ink coming back from the press will be lesser and lesser and lesser, until we reach the point where it cannot be any lower than that, okay? Because in gravure printing, for example, you have the tray, which is 18 kilos, can't remember now exactly, of ink, which you need to finish the job. I mean, you cannot run the machine without at least that much ink in the tray. So even when you finish the job, you will still have that much ink left over. That's unavoidable. But we will recycle that ink, and now we show you how. And if you finish your printing job, and the only ink that you have left is the ink in the tray, nothing else around the machine, you don't have pails waiting to be used, hanging around, which they will never be because the job is over, that's the best you can get. You can't go better than that, okay? So the idea is you finish the job and there is no more ink on the floor. Finished. The only ink that you have left is what's in the tray, which you cannot avoid that, okay? But of course, this is not something that will happen on day one. This is something that will happen if you follow the procedure. If you don't follow SOPs, if you do not follow the instruction, if you do not follow what the software tells you to do, I'm afraid this is not going to happen, okay? Because the software is not clever. The software is only part of a system. It's a machine that follows instructions and doesn't make mistakes because it doesn't fall asleep, it doesn't choose the wrong things, it just follows predetermined instructions. That's it. That's the only thing that the software does, and elaborates the data for you. But if the data is correct, and if the procedures are followed, there are no mistakes. So this is where we are aiming. That's why I said at the beginning of the presentation that the actual target is not to recycle the ink returns, which we will, by the way, but it's try to have as little return as possible. That is the main target, okay? So that's where we really want to be. Okay, and yes, Arpan? Okay. Yes. Exactly. So this is the demonstration of what I just said. We produced 300 grams for each formula, based on our initial estimation. We run the job, we complete the job, we take back the ink, we measure the ink, and the software now, assuming that we want to run the same job for the same amount of printing of labels, determine in a square meter, number of labels, whatever. Now the software has already been updated, and it will give us a different job ink consumption estimation. So the next time we are not going to dispense 300 grams for the three formulas, but we will dispense, sorry I can't read, 189 grams, 73 grams, and 130 grams. Okay? Obviously, this is an example. The real quantities are probably much different than this, but basically this is the concept. Okay? Clear? Perfect. So now what's happening is that once this in this case we have 3 returns that just came back, we label them. Another information that we have on the return label is where are you going to put these returns? In normal circumstances, what happens is that the ink kitchen guy will take all these returns and put them in on a return shelf, normally color-coded. All the yellows, all the green, all the blue, because it's easier to go and find them when you need them. In this case, the software doesn't care. Blue, green, yellow, purple, whatever. On day 1, we will have an empty shelf when we start these operations. So the shelf is empty, and the shelf is divided into position 1, position 2, position 3, etc. And there is nothing because it's day 1. As soon as the ink comes back from the press, the software will automatically assign the position to the ink. This one, put it in position 1. This one, put it in position 2. Doesn't matter if one is yellow, one is red, one is blue. The software doesn't care. Okay, so the operator doesn't need to think, where am I supposed to put this? The software will give the position. If anybody here is considering the possibility of having an automatic warehouse management, some people do. For example, Tetra Pak in Singapore, they have an automatic warehouse where they put the returns inside, the shutter closes and the pail is taken away to some position inside the automatic warehouse. Our software and the automatic warehouse software are linked, so the operator just needs to put the ink on the tray of the automatic warehouse, and the pail goes to its destiny, and it will be called back the next time we need it. Okay? So this is for those who really want to go down the road of automation really, really strongly. But in any case, otherwise, it's a normal conventional shelf that we will populate with all our ink as we go along. Now we have the next scenario. The next scenario is, what are we going to do with these 3 returns? The idea is try to use them as soon as possible. We have 3 different ways of handling returns. For demonstration purposes today, we will show you the first 2. We cannot show you the number 3, but I will talk to you about it. Now, the first option, the first possibility is, if you are very lucky, is that your next job requires exactly the same color of your old job. Of course, this is the best case scenario, but sadly doesn't happen very often, of course. But if that happens, the moment the process is the same, we have maybe, at this point, we have a different design. So now we are doing Sprite, which has some color which are more or less similar to pristine. So the moment we open a new job, this time to print this label here, we will have formulation associated to that particular label. The first thing that the software will do is to go and check if in the returns, by any chance, there is something that can be used for that particular printing job. How is the selection going to, the criteria of selection? It can follow certain filters which can be determined by the user preferences. For example, let's remember that for every single job that we have done, we know everything of that particular ink and that particular color that we created. We know the components, we know the value of each component because we know the cost of these 5 components here, but imagine you have maybe 12 or 14 or 16 of these base components, and you know how much it costs, all these things, per kilo. Maybe this is slightly more expensive than this one, and so on and so forth. So when you mix this to create your formula, by default, you know how much is each and every one of this. And by default, you know the value of your returns. So I often ask my customer, how much do you have in returns right now in your warehouse? Sometimes the answer can be a bit vague because this data is not readily available. With our system, it is readily available. So you know at a click of a button how much ink returns, how many returns do you have, what is the value of each and every one of them, and another very important point, what is the expiry date of each and every return that you have. Because if you have produced anything using these 5 components, this one expires in February, this one in March, and this one in April, and you mix these 3, of course, the result, it's expiring in February, which is the earliest of the 3. So that return will expire next month. So one criteria of selection of your return is, for example, which one is expiring first. Let's say you can do the next job using this return or this return. Which one? You can use both, either one. So one criteria of selection would be always choose the one which is going to be expired first. Or always use the one that you have the most. Or always use the one which is the cheapest. I don't know. It could be any kind of filter as per your choice. But I would say that probably the expiry date is the most sensible one, so that you can get rid of those that otherwise you are forced to throw away. So, but anyway, it's up to you. So now, as I said, scenario number one, I need a color. Coincidentally, is exactly the same color that I did yesterday for the other design. Of course, that's a no-brainer. The software will tell the operator, don't produce anything new just yet. Go and get this return first, and then maybe you produce the balance if that's not enough. Maybe whatever you have in your return, it's not enough. So you still use that plus fresh components to match, to get to the quantity that you need. So this is the first one, of course. The second option, which is the most common one, is you have some available returns which are similar, but not entirely identical to the target color that you want now. So, what you can do? We can adjust with the dispenser or manually, as we will show you now. We can adjust the return into the new one. How do we do that? Maybe I can just show the mathematical calculation on the screen, just to... I'm still sharing the screen, but let me open this. Yep. Okay. This is the concept, and this is what we are going to see now. Live demo. If something happens, of course. Well. Okay. All right, so first one, we discussed about it. Let's not repeat ourselves. Now we go to the number two, where we have this kind of situation. Example. We have an existing return. The return is, we call it red 1, 2, 3, and we have 5 kilos of this return red, okay? We have to produce a similar red 1 to 6. Now, what are the color compositions of each? Red 1, 2, 3 is made out of 3 components, component A, B, and C, in this proportion, 20% of A, 20% of B, and 60% of C. Therefore, if there are 5 kilo, it cannot be other than 1 kilo of A, 1 kilo of B, and 3 kilos of C, because that's how this red was made in the first place, okay? That's exactly how we have done our 3 samples over there. Now, we need to produce red 1 to 6. Red 1 to 6 formula is similar to the red 1 to 3. We have component A 20%, component B 30%, so slight different there, and component C 50%. So if I need to produce fresh, since that I need 20 kilo of red 1 to 6, I need to take 4 kilos of A, 6 kilos of B, and 10 kilos of C. But the software will tell me that, hold on, don't do it. You take this and you prepare only the balance. 3 plus 1 makes 4, 5 plus 1 is 6, 7 plus 3 is 10. So you basically dispense this much. You use return red 1 to 3, and you have red 1 to 6. This is the concept of mathematical calculation, which works wonders in one scenario. Nothing happened at the press. If somebody with itchy fingers put some yellow inside of the formula because he thinks that he needs to do some correction, and this additional yellow has not been recorded, then obviously the software doesn't know that this has been done. So the software assumes that the red 1, 2, 3 coming back from the press is exactly the same as the red 1, 2, 3 that went to the press. That's why adjustment at the press should be forbidden by law. But unfortunately, this is not always true. For ink technologies such as UV flexo or offset, this is perfect because there are no correction at the press. Whatever goes, comes back. So for UV flexo and offset, this works 100% of the time. For liquid ink, it depends on how the system is organized. If there is no messing about at the press, then this works fantastic. If there is still some manual adjustment at the press, which is not recorded in the system, we have another way to solve the problem. You thought that I was going to say that the system doesn't work, but yes, it still works, but we need to do something different. So now we focus on this particular scenario where there has not been any modification to the original formula. Okay, so now off we go. We need to do the sprite. At this point we have, you can go back to perfect, exactly. So you can go back to the software screen. At this point, just like we have done for Pristine, we will need to estimate the consumption for Sprite. And after we have done that, so the software will tell us what to do with the, if possible, of course, what to do with the returns. Pak Arpan, you are in charge. So standard mathematical return, so that's what we just saw on the screen. Yeah, now we go for Sprite, exactly.
Okay, since we have a return in the return location, so the software will be automatically show the message like this to allow us whether we want to go to use a return or we want to dispense with a fresh component. Yeah.
Which is something also that we can, okay, what it could happen that a lazy operator, instead of wasting, his time to go and pick up the return, given the choice, do you want to use the return or do you want to produce fresh? Especially if he's using an automatic dispenser, he might want to say, hey, let's produce fresh. I mean, what's the point of, recycling all the returns and all these kind of things? Easy job for me. Let the machine do the job, okay? Well, this is recorded. So the management will eventually know that this was selected. So eventually that operator will be questioned why you didn't use the returns and you went for fresh ink dispensing. Because, if people, as I said before, if people don't follow procedure and they just do what they want, then of course the system will not work. Or the system will work, but it will not give you the benefit that you can get. But at least this is traceable. So whatever happens, it's recorded. Maybe there is a good reason to go for fresh ink rather than using returns. It's fine. As long as the procedure is justified and there is a good reason for it, then fine, excellent. But the only reason is I'm too lazy to do the job, then that's not a good reason. That's not good for the company. Okay, so we select, I suppose, a standard mathematical.
Basically, this is just an option, but we actually can protect the operator to use a fresh.
Yeah.
So operator will no choice, mandatory will use a.
Exactly. So, of course, we can also avoid this from ever happening, or at least even, or request a supervisory intervention to authorize the issuing, the producing of fresh ink rather than using return ink. But it goes back to the same concept that I said before. Everything is recorded, so that there is no way that people would say, oh, it wasn't me, I didn't do it, I didn't know, whatever. Okay, let's go on. All right. So, Black Mountain is the return. Okay? So now the system has prompted the operator to use return called Black Mountain, location number 2. So this is where you find this, this return. And you need to put in 107 grams out of this. Now, is this the total amount?
The total requirement is 300. The return is only 107.
And 7, okay. We need to add, excellent. So this is a very typical scenario, of course, where you have to use the return plus some fresh ink together to make up the formulation, the 300 grams that you require of your formula. All this is done automatically by the software. There is no thinking. Nobody needs to do with the calculator to think how much I should take of this, how much I should take of that. This is all done automatically by the software, okay? So it's actually very easy for the operator to work, because he just have to follow what the computer is telling him to do. So as long as you have somebody who is a little bit of computer literate, you can have a good ink kitchen manager in charge of all this operation. I always give this example. There is a very large, very big printer in another country in Southeast Asia that got 2 big units from us, same model as this, by the way, for gravure printing. And once the whole system was in place, the owner of the company selected one young lady, absolutely zero experience in color matching and ink mixing or whatever, never done anything like this before. She just knew how to use a computer. And he put her in charge of the ink kitchen. All the previous ink kitchen personnel relocated to do something else. And nothing leaves the ink kitchen until she says so. Nothing goes back to the ink kitchen until she checks. Everything works fantastic. Fantastic. Everything works like a child. Why? Because she doesn't know how to do it differently. She doesn't have any previous experience. She's not an expert color matcher. So she just follows SOPs. As simple as that. And everything works wonders. And that guy was smart enough to know that if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have achieved the same results. Because people tend, especially people that know how to do a certain job, they reluctantly change to try to do it in a different way. It's always like this. We are always like this. Everybody's a little bit guilty of that. So this was a little bit of an extreme choice, but believe me, it worked extremely well. So anyway, so now off we go. First of all, we need to select the correct return. Correct or not?
Better wrong first.
Yes, of course. Since the tree is the expert of getting it wrong, so first he will select the wrong return, because this is something that could also happen. Because this is a manual operation, so the operator is supposedly going to go and get Black Mountain at location 2, but he got something else. And one more time, this will not be allowed by the system. So he put it there, selected, scan it, and the system will say wrong barcode. So again, not possible to select the wrong return. Okay, it's exactly the same process that we have seen before when we were doing formulation from scratch using only fresh components. Okay, so now he finally got the correct one, and it is correct. Now, of this, he needs to. Does he need, will he use all of it, or how much is it inside?
This one is all
74. Perfect. Excellent. So this is, of course, a slightly simplified scenario whereby you are very lucky, we are very lucky today. Of that return, we need all of it. So we need all of this return plus something else. In real life, this is not always possible. Sometimes the return available, let's say the famous 5 kilos of the red 1, 2, 3 that we have seen on the screen before, maybe we can use only 3 kilos of that return. And the rest will have to be fresh ink. So whichever combination is needed, again, it's the software guiding the operator to do it. Of course, if you can make full use of your return, just top it up with some fresh components, perfect, best case scenario. If you can use only partial, okay, better than nothing, but at least you can get rid of some of the return. So let's proceed. Now we put in component 1, 3, and 5. It's the same procedure that we have done before. You start with the first one. In this case, we need to put 94. So basically, it's the same process that we have done earlier, with the only difference being that this time we are making use of return ink rather than using fresh ink. Okay? All right. Isn't anybody curious to try? Really? I mean, I'm not going to insist, but doesn't anybody want to go and come and play with some barcode readers? No? Really? Any adventurous people here? No, nobody. Okay, very good. Next time we have to give away a prize money or something. I'm sure that there will be a queue of, depending how big is the prize money, you know, that they will be queuing up to try to do it. Now, and while Tree is doing his job, once again, once we have completed our operation, a new label, a new production label will be printed, because this time again is a production, and inside the production label, of course, there will also be mentioned that part of this formula is a return which was done on a certain day, and inside of which there are these components. Again, this helps guaranteeing traceability of what we're doing. So everything that we do, it's absolutely traceable. Why is it so important? Because if you produce something today, and you don't get to know that something went wrong immediately. Maybe your product is already in the market. And 1 month after you have done that printing job, your customer comes back to you and say, we have a problem. Now, good luck in trying to find out what happened if already a month has gone by, if you did not have a proper traceability system in place. This is exactly what happened to Tetra Pak many years ago, and that is why our software now has this kind of feature. Because if you need, unfortunately, to recall products from the market because of some quality issue, you need to know which product you need to recall from the market. And if you do not have a proper traceability in place, you are forced to make a blanket recall of maybe unnecessary products, which would be perfectly fine, but since that you don't know about it, you have to just recall them all. And once you have this kind of system in place, it's easier to find out what went wrong and why, so that you can identify immediately who was the culprit of your production problem. And once you identify, let's say, for example, you do your investigation, thanks to all this data being available, you find out that, here we have a picture behind, this component here is what created the problem. So the next question that you will probably have to make yourself is, how many other products I have done using that component as part of the formulation? Because even though no other customers have complained, I can only assume that they will. Because if that component has a problem, then most likely it's only a matter of time before somebody else will also come back with a complaint. And that puts you in a very good position, because you can also show your principal that we have a proper control of our operation, so we can guarantee that this is in place. We had people approaching us, asking us for an ink management system and a dispensing system because they were audited by their principals from overseas. And once they checked the ink kitchen, they asked specifically, what kind of traceability do you have? Big question mark. So, sorry, we cannot give you the business because of this thing. So do not underestimate the value of these procedures and the software, because this could be a deal breaker for dealing with especially international companies. Okay. In the meantime that I've been blabbing away, I suppose, where are we? Second formula. Okay, very well. Right, so for those of you who might be lost with the storyboard, we are now at operation number 9. Yeah. No, sorry, 8. So, operation 8. Then we have operation 9 coming up. Okay, this is
the formula number 2.
Okay.
After this, the last.
but we can skip it. Yeah. Anyway, we cut a long story short. We will not do the third formula because anyway, I think that you all got the message. So in this way, we have basically eliminated our returns, and we can now happily proceed with another printing job. And of course, the cycle continues, because again, this is just like we did for Pristine. Now we have done the same with Sprite, with the only difference being that with Sprite we have made use of return inks, something that we didn't do when we did Pristine. So we have already gone some saving during the Sprite job. But of course, one more time, we will send the ink to the press. Again, the ink will come back, some ink will come back, we will check the weight, we will issue the return labels, we put the return ink onto the shelf. One more time, just like it happened for Pristine, even for this other printing job, the consumption, the actual consumption will be updated, so the next time we will have better ink consumption estimation. Same story that we have done for the previous job. And this is repeated over and over again, and you will see that by doing so, your stock will be reduced tremendously. And another source of saving, might as well I talk about it while my colleagues finish with that. Another source of saving is this. If at the moment you are buying every special color from your ink supplier, well, you are probably aware of the fact that special colors cost way more than CMYK or base colors. When you do your own spot colors in-house, you are no longer buying special colors from your ink supplier. You do it yourself. You buy base colors from the ink supplier. And they are much cheaper than special colors because the blending is done by yourself. So you have another stream of saving, which is the actual ink cost. And talking about ink cost, because this is something that people who do not have a proper ink management in place, and even less so those that do not have an ink dispenser, the main focus is always on the ink cost. So the main target, the main objective is to, strangle your ink supplier to force them to give you the cheapest possible ink. Well, I'm afraid I will have to break this bad news to you, but the ink cost is the last of your problems. If you do not have a proper ink management, you are focusing your attention in the wrong direction. The ink cost means absolutely nothing, because the wastages that you probably have are way, way bigger than any difference that you might get in negotiating another 5 or 10 cents cheaper per kilo from your supplier. So if you have a proper ink management in place, and even more so if you have a dispenser, you can literally buy the most expensive ink in the world and you will still save money. So the ink cost is really the least of the relevant criteria to work in an efficient manner. And also because at the end of the day, if you are comparing 2 or 3 or 4 ink suppliers, all of them giving you good quality ink, of course, you need to compare apple with apple. You cannot compare a good ink with a... of course, you're not making a fair comparison. But if both inks have a good quality and technically are good, what will be the difference in cost? 10 cents? 15 cents US? It cannot be that one is $4 and the other one is $2. If that's the
the simple reason that difference in it makes no difference. Okay, so let's stop focusing on the ink cost a minute. So if that was your criteria of selection, forget about it. If technically all ink is variable, if there is no technical reasons, then there is not. But the problem of mixing different inks coming from different sources is that if anything, first of all, if anything goes wrong, who is going to be responsible? Supplier A or supplier B? Nobody will. You will be the only one responsible. So there is, you are exposing yourself actually to a higher risk. Second, who is going to develop the filters for you? If I say, oh, I have my own photometer, I have a photometer, I have my own matching software, I can do my own formulation. Technically, you can have some component from supplier A, some component from supplier B. You do your formulation, on that place, you're good to go. Again, I'm not here to teach.
Please take the cost factor out of the picture. If there are other reasons, supplier, I don't know, choice is based on service, proximity, policy of the company to have always at least 2 suppliers, blah, 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 fine, no issues with that. What I'm just suggesting is that don't keep focusing on the cost, because it's really not the point. Okay, so last we have done, right? So we have finished our new job, so Sprite has been done. We are not going to check the returns because that would be like repeating again the same process. We just want to show you one additional step, which is loading fresh component into an existing stock. What I'm talking about is, okay, we are using this, right? Okay. This is a fresh new component just arrived from the supplier, okay? And because we realize that we are running out of this. So we place an order because, again, with our work order creation, when we create work orders, so we do production planning, one thing that is another of the many things that the software will do for you is to do, as I'm sure that by now all of you are expert in this, the software does what? Ink consumption estimation. If it's an existing job, an old job, the software will do it automatically. If it's a new job, you will have to input some data. In any case, the software knows, okay, this is your production planning for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, whatever. This is how much ink you will require to do these jobs. And you are running out of this. So if you don't buy a new set, of this green, sorry, you cannot fulfill your future production planning. So, okay, you place an order. Talking about a manual system like this doesn't make much sense, because once this container is finished, you either return it to the manufacturer or you dispose of it and you open the new one. But what we are trying to simulate here is assuming this is not a movable container like this. This is a fixed container. It's something that you cannot just simply take because it's empty and throw it away. You need to refill it, okay? So you get the new fresh product. You need to open a latch or whatever, or if this is a big tank, we have a loading system to pump the fresh product into the fixed tank. So different type of scenarios. But assuming this is a fixed tank with a latch, so you open the latch and you pour the fresh ink, the fresh product inside. What could go wrong? Again, like we have done before. Here comes the new product, and our Ari, sorry, it's always your fault. Our Ari, instead of putting this one in here, he wants to put it in here. And obviously, you know, by looking at this, you say, come on, how can it possible? It's transparent. Of course, you will see that this is wrong. Yes, now we see it's wrong, but this is an example. Assuming this is a 5,000 liter stainless steel tank, you don't see what's inside. You have no idea what color is inside. If you try to put that into this one, you have no idea what you're doing until it's too late. So we have, again, our beautiful barcode technology. So what we have done in many instances, if this one has an opening like a small little latch to open, this could be locked. So when we reach the position with the fresh material, what we will do, we scan the incoming material, we scan the receiving tank. If the two barcodes are not talking to each other, the lid will not open, so that you cannot upload the wrong material into the wrong tank. If this is an automatic loading system with the pumps to load the material, again, you try to load a fresh material into an existing tank, you scan. In that case, the job is done by a pump. The pump will not start, so that it prevents unnecessary mistakes. Okay, again, this is basically what we want to show, and so here we go. Just a second, so we show exactly. So here is the, obviously this is our standard software, and what it shows there is a drum. But we can customize the pictures according to what is actually we are talking about, a pail or a tank or whatever it is. Tank not related to selected component. There you go. So basically, in this way, in this case, it could be an extremely costly mistake, because imagine we are talking about you know, a 2 tons or 3,000 liter or 5,000 liter tank, which is maybe 1/3 still full, and here comes the wrong material, and you mix it all, and you have to throw everything away, clean the line, flush everything, wash the whole system, and huge losses in that case. One application, you can continue in the meantime that I talk, one application that we have now, maybe among you there are some ink manufacturers. One application of dispensers, it's, for example, for additive dosing. And this is one application where dispensing systems, automatic dispensing system, is becoming more and more used. Because when we are doing color matching, if you make a mistake, as we have seen, you can still do some correction. It will take you some time, you will generate some overmakes, yes, but you still can manage to get to where you want to be. If you are in a production facility and you need to dispense additives, for example, and you dispense the wrong additive, in the wrong quantity maybe, or even following the wrong sequence, basically you throw away all your finished product. So this is not applicable to printers, of course, nothing to do with printing companies, but those who are involved in manufacturing, this is a problem that it is very, very relevant. So here we go. Now we have uploaded the new material, and the stock has been updated, okay? So obviously in the software it's also recorded that we have inside this tank a certain amount of product which belong to batch number so and so that was delivered on day so and so. And now we have another this much of material with a different batch number delivered and uploaded on a different day. So we also have a way, as we progressively keep refilling. So imagine that we start, the tank is 100% full. Then we use it, we have a 10% left over, we top it up. Now it's again 100% full. So it's 90%, 10% old batch, 90% new batch. We use it, we go back to 10%. At that point, the first batch is 1%. Or something like that. My mathematics is horrible, but anyway, the software of course this is an estimation, but the software calculate how much is presumably left over of the very first batch that was loaded into the system. And we reach to a point, this is a parameter that we can set, whereby the moment that the quantity left is below a certain threshold, it's no longer taken into consideration, so it disappears. We don't have to trace that anymore because the quantity is so small that it doesn't make any difference anymore. So this is all automatically checked when we are doing reloading. But anyway, as I said, this is not entirely relevant when we are dealing with the PESA, because this will never happen when you're dealing with a manual operation. But if you go for an automatic dispenser, maybe with bigger tanks as a stock holding system, then yes, there is also this facility, this process that we wanted you to know about. Okay, so, well, there is only one more thing that I need to cover, then we are basically done. Is there any, do you prefer, Michael, we do the Q&A at the end of the very end, or if there is anybody who wants to do a question now about this, we can do it now? Okay, because the next topic is basically, I just wanted to show you how we go about creating a new formula using a spectrophotometer. Unfortunately, we have to simulate this because we don't have a spectro right now. And then I wanted to introduce you this little machine that you might have noticed here in the corner. So we didn't put it here because we didn't know what to do with this corner. This is one of our latest no, I wouldn't say creation, but solution, sorry. One of our latest solution, especially for those who need to create a lot of new formulas on a daily basis, okay? We have customers in China that they needed, on every day, they needed to generate anything between 50 to 60 new formulas every day. That was how much business they have and how, you know, different every printing job was. So every time, every day, they had a tremendous amount of new formulation to create, and we gave them this solution. We have placed quite a number of these machines now in China, and I wanted to tell you exactly how it works, and then show you a little video, which you have, by the way. It's together with the downloadable material that you have with the QR code. You will also have this video that I will show you in a minute. So, basically, but maybe we can proceed with Arpan, with the spectrophotometer. Do you have anything to show with the spectrophotometer, or it's only me talking? Okay. So basically, then I will share my screen. I will share my screen because I want to show something that helps understanding what I'm talking about. Sorry, before I move on, I kind of forgot. This is for return management. For return management, one little step back before moving on to the next topic. Return management, I said that we have the famous two system, same color or multi-formulation. We show them how to do it. There is a third way, which is, same color or mathematical calculation, my bad. Multi-formulation is the third system. The third system works in this manner. You divide your returns into ink color families, let's say, okay? All the reds, all the greens, whatever, okay? Some ink experts told me once that it would be best to have 6 families, but I would say that most likely, most of the time, people go for only 4. So what happens is this. Whenever ink comes back from the press, of course we capture the weight, we close the job exactly like we have done now, but instead of putting it on the shelf, we pour it into a bin. Could be a 200-liter drums, an IBC, whatever. Every ink that comes back that belongs to the same color family, it goes into the same bin after it has been weighted and the job has been closed and blah, blah, blah. Once this bin, there are then 2 procedures. People work in 2 different ways. Let's put it this way. Once this bin is full, you mix it, and of course it's going to be a special red, because it's definitely not going to be identical to your standard magenta. It cannot be, it couldn't be, or any other base component that you have. So it's something, it's a red, okay? So in this case, you make a drawdown, you analyze it with a spectrophotometer and color matching software. The color matching software captures the data of this red, and it becomes another component. So it's basically, it adds it to your family of existing components. So if you have a dispenser, for example, with 12 components, this will become component number 13. The next one will become component number 14, and so on and so forth. But it's not fresh ink, it's actually a return ink. Okay? Second option is you fill up this return bin 80%, you make a drawdown, spectro, and the spectrophotometer will tell you what you need to do to color match this one to a standard that you already have. Like you want to make it into your magenta. So, okay, if you want to turn this into your magenta, exactly identical to the magenta that you already have, you need to do this and this and this and that. Once this is perfectly color matched, then it becomes your component number 13. At that point, the software will automatically select that one instead of the original one when you need to do dispensing, because it's the same. The other option is that all the formulations will be automatically recalculated to make use of that special red that was created with a mixture of all the reds that came back. So this is a very efficient way of return management for those of you who have, no matter what, because of maybe the number of printing presses that you have, the quantity of returns ink is so much anyway that this could be a viable way to speed up the process without bothering to have the single ink on the shelf. Of course, this does not completely eliminate the other option because there are some colors which do not belong to any of this family. So those might still be handled in the original way, so as a standalone color with using, you know, the system that we mentioned before. The majority of the color which fall into this family instead will be recycled in this manner. Okay, so I just wanted to tell you that there are actually 3 ways of recycling the system. The XPT, this is the machine that I wanted to talk to you about. The XPT is, we have to be very honest here, it's not our production. It comes from a company called FFM, and which we represent in Indonesia, by the way, and it is predominantly used in the paint and coating market, okay? We have 2 systems, 16 and 32, so later you can stand up and come closer and see how it is. So, and although this was not the original purpose of this machine, we have turned this into an automatic lab dispenser. So for those who require to produce many samples every day for new colors. So on top of that, it helps a lot in ink return management. So this is, and of course it can be integrated with color matching softwares. Okay, so reuse of the ink returns. What I mentioned before is that the mathematical calculation, which is what we have shown here, it's based on the assumption that nobody did anything at the press. So no adjustment of color was done at the press. So in that case, mathematical calculation works fantastic because we know exactly what it's inside, we know what to do to change color A into color B. But if somebody did something at the press, then that goes a little bit haywire. That's why I said we also have a solution for that. The solution for that would be to use a spectrophotometer and a color matching software, meaning to say that every ink that comes back from the press, if anything has been done at the press, you will need to make a drawdown, you need to check. At that point, our software, connected automatically with the color matching software, will capture all the data, the LAB value and whatever, of that particular color and associate it with the return. Which means that once we need to do a new formula, we are not going to use the assumption of the mathematical calculation, but we are actually going to use the data that we now have for that particular color based on a spectrophotometer analysis. So it becomes, to a certain extent, it becomes like an additional component, as if it was an additional component. In the storyboard, Operation 10 describes how you can set up your spectrophotometer and color matching software. It starts with the analysis of each and every single component that you have in your ink family. Because if the color matching software does not know what are the characteristics of each and every ink that you have, each and every product that you have, how can they generate a formula for you? Many people, I'm sure I'm talking to professionals, so I'm pretty sure that most of you know what I'm talking about, but sometimes I have people telling me, can your dispensing system give me the Pantone color? Pantone is not a color matching system. Pantone is just a reference code. I'm in Italy, you are in Indonesia, I want to tell you what color I want, I give you a Pantone reference. And you go like, okay, this is what he wants. That's it. But how you do that color, Pantone has got nothing to do with it. It depends where are you starting from. It's like a recipe. I can get to the same result in different ways based on my ingredients. If I change the ingredients, I can still get to the same results, but I will have to use the ingredients differently. So the first thing that you have to do if you want to use a spectrophotometer and a color matching software is to make an analysis of all the base colors that you have available. Once you build this database, then the color matching software will tell you, okay, you have this color, you need this color, I give you the formula to do this. Okay, that's why we have here a sample, I will show you later. Anyway, so first and foremost, building of the database. Once we have an ink coming back from the press, if we follow the same strategy, so drawdown analysis, that becomes as if it was an additional component having certain characteristics, and our software will, sorry, not our software, in the case is the spectrophotometer color matching software, will generate a new formula based on the usage of this return, that return, that return together with base colors. So basically, returning of using spectrophotometer to determine that. But you might say, okay, but what's got to do with this machine? Now we get to it. First of all, the different configuration. We have 16 canisters or 32 canisters. And this is what we can produce. We can make sampling batches ranging between 200 grams. We're talking about liquid ink here. Sorry, so for those of you in the offset or UV flexo, not really. So it's mostly for, maybe UV flexo, but anyway, UV flexo is normally used in very small quantity anyway, so it doesn't make much sense. This is excellent for water-based flexo, solvent-based flexo, solvent-based gravure. The only thing that we have to be very honest about is that this machine can be used with solvent-based components, so it's solvent resistant, but I'm afraid it's not ATEX certified. Okay, so maybe you can use it in the lab, but technically it cannot be used in a zone 2 or zone 1 environment. So I need to be very frank with you. So solvent resistant, yes, but not explosion proof. So this is the sampling batch that we can make, 200 grams to 1.5 kilo, accuracy up to 0.01 gram, 30 to 60 seconds per sample. You will come and see it for yourself anyway. There are multiple canisters inside, 16 or 32, with a stirrer. So the canisters, they have their own stirrers. This is the video showing the machine, but since that you have the machine here, no need to see the video, honestly, because it's better to see it live. So, this is basically how you would make a normal color matching. Let's say that you need to create a new formula, okay, and you do it in-house. Or this is what your ink supplier does anyway, nothing more, nothing less. So you have first you need to build the system database, which is what I just mentioned. Then you have your color sampling. With the spectrophotometer, you analyze the color sample. The color matching software with the database that you have created will give you a formulation. You will produce this formula manually, maybe using our PESA. Could be. Then you make a drawdown, you check it. If it's correct, fantastic, you can go for production. And if you have a dispensing system, this new formula can be automatically exchanged with our dispenser, and you can go for production over here. So you start with a small little sample, And then if the formula is validated, you can go for production, maybe, I don't know, 30 kilos, 50 kilos, 100 kilos. You just blow up the formula. The formula is the same, just the quantity changes. But unfortunately, if you need to do a 2 or 3 formulation every day, it's okay. But if you need to do 60 formulas every day, this is going to become a bit of a nightmare. And on top of that, especially if you don't have a computer-assisted system, but you're doing it a little bit on the manual side, most likely there will be mistakes done, because as I said, you know, the PESA will help you to follow the formula and eventually help you to correct it if you make mistake. If you don't have our PESA and you just simply use a scale and you do everything manually without any software to assist you, most likely you're going to make some error, and then when you do the checkup, you're checking it's not going to be correct. So again and again and again and again, this is going to go around and round until you get it right. And then finally you have your validated formula. So what's happening here is that everything remains exactly the same, but it's this little machine here that will dispense a small sample in the quantity of maybe 200 grams, or depending on the formula. This is another chapter that I'm not going to open today because it will take too long. So how much is going to be your minimum quantity is formula dependent. So we will discuss about that eventually if you are interested. But in few minutes, you have your formulation done, your sample done, sorry. Considering how accurate this machine is, now today you will see how it works on a volumetric system. So this one also works volumetrically. In our case, it will not. We have a scale here. We will have a scale. Okay? So we will place a scale here, but this machine is designed to work both gravimetrically as well as volumetrically. Unfortunately, the scale that we had today is this one. It's too big. It doesn't fit here, so we cannot use it to dispense. So sorry, we just show you the dispensing process, but it's not done gravimetrically, which instead we will do when we have this system. Because the scale that we're going to use is a small one. It's like a 6 kg scale, highly accurate. Okay, so basically this is what's going to happen. And considering how accurate this, in few minutes, you have your new formula. Most likely is going to be correct. According to what our customers say, that they are already using this, it's maximum they need to do one round of correction. But most of the time is correct on at the first go. Which means new formula generated, go for production, and voila, can go through for the printing job. This has literally changed the life of our customer, which has this kind of multiple formula requirements on a daily basis. Okay, this is building this is all with you. I mean, you have this in your presentation, so you can see it later. So this is how you build your return using a spectrophotometer. So you associate to every return an LAB value. So you do not go on assumption anymore, but you have an actual value here. So when we use this system to handle the returns, it's guaranteed that there is going to be no problem. Okay? So for example, the system can tell you, okay, you can mix these 2 returns together, as this is like a bakery kind of mixer anyway. So you can mix these 2 returns together. Then with this machine, before we go for production, we will dispense the balance. So you will see in the video, because later we have an animation video that shows exactly this. So what's happening? You take this return, you mix them together. You mix them together and you take a sample. A sample, you analyze it, you make a drawdown, you analyze this sample. it's going to be a mix of two returns. Here we are talking two returns mixed together. This is how far we can go. So the system says, okay, you can take this return and this return, mix them together because chromatically they are quite similar to what you want to do. But once you mix them together, you need to take a sample. You make a drawdown, analyze it, and the spectrophotometer and color matching software will generate a formula where you have a certain quantity of this mixture and a certain quantity of fresh ink. So the software will tell you, okay, you need to take 100 grams of this mixture, put it under here, and the machine will dispense the balance of this new formula, which was just now created. You mix it, you can mix it with just a stick. Once you have the formula, make a drawdown, okay, okay, not okay, maybe some adjustment are required. At that point, once you have the validated formula, you know exactly how much in percentage you have to use of the return ink, which is the famous mixture that we've just done, and of fresh ink. This is a very modern way of actually using returns. So, and this is the concept animation, which you have, by the way, but I prefer to show it here, it's easier. You have this animation video in the material that I gave you. Basically, this is what we are talking about. And after this, we can give you a demo, live demo of what is the dispensing all about. This is the building of database. The first thing is the building of the database. So basically, each canister is filled up with a different base color. And each and every one is checked, drawn down, and analyzed. So this is basically how you build the database, okay? Based on that, you can generate the formula that you wish. But at the end of the day, the first step is to generate the database. Without that, you don't go anywhere. Once the new formula has been created, you can go to the industrial dispenser, which will instead produce the quantity that you actually require for printing, because that one was just a sample, okay? So this is the return, which is basically the process that you have done, you have seen live now, so I am pretty sure that by looking at this animation video, you know exactly what we are talking about. In this case, before the return is put into, here we have the automatic warehouse, a little sample is taken and scanned, because what we want to show you here is the handling of the return based on their LAB value, so that this is also captured in the software. So we don't only assume what's inside the returns, but we know exactly what these returns are in terms of their chromatic value. This is the other things, which is how to handle returns. So, position report, the guy goes to the warehouse, in this case an automatic warehouse, which automatically delivers all the returns that the software decided are suitable for the purpose. And based on the quantity required, these are dropped into a drum. Mixed, this will generate a special color by itself already, which needs to be analyzed, because we need to know what color is this. Otherwise, the software will not know what to do with this color. Once this is done, perfect. The software will say, okay, take a little quantity of that, this quantity, say, I don't know, 70 grams, put it under the machine will dispense the balance based on the spectrophotometer information. Okay? Check, is it correct? Is it not correct? No, it's not correct. So we need to do it again. We just wanted to show you that it's not always Sunday, okay? Sometimes it's Wednesday or Thursday. So not everything goes well immediately. So we need to do it again. Maybe one correction is required. At that point, we repeat the same process. We analyze it one more time. And then once we check it, we know if this is this time within specs or not. And this time it is. Okay? So at this point, we know exactly how much we need of this mix of color from the returns, so that we need to prepare a pail. We need to fill the pail with a certain predetermined quantity of returns, and the rest will be filled up by the dispenser, the balance, which is the same process that we have done for the small little sample, exactly the same, but this one is in production. So the advantage is that when you do this in a lab, you need to handle small quantities. It's very practical. You know, you just mix it with a stick, you analyze it, you don't have wastages. It's a very practical way to work. Only once it's done, there is no discussion, this is it, then you can go for production. In that case, no need to check it again, because it's the same. It cannot be any different. If the formula is correct for the lab, it will be correct also for production. There are no differences in components. Of course, there cannot be difference in components. This is very important. But the formula is exactly the same. It's just bigger quantity. So this is basically how it works. You will see it in the material that you can download, and it's basically what we have described as 10th operation. Okay, so I think I'm okay. You can now proceed and show how the machine works. We can...
Yeah, we will show the software. So let's say we receive a formula from X-Rite or Spectro. So we dispense from the software. So the formula will be sent to the machine to be dispensed. Yeah, now the process is finished. Formula is ready.
So, of course, we have used water for obvious reasons, but all the canisters would have to be filled up with your base components, which are the same components that you're going to use at the actual dispenser that you have in production. So you need to share the same products. That's very important. And once the formula is validated here, it's automatically ready to go there. So for those of you that would be interested to learn how to use our software, of course, step number one, the PESA. People might wonder, how much is this? I'm sure everybody's thinking, how much is this? You know, so the PESA desktop that you see right now here for a water-based system is below $10,000. Okay, so this is it. So I am pretty sure that all companies represented here today, they have sufficient budget to invest less than $10,000 for this. I cannot believe that this is going to be a major investment for anybody, okay? But this what would allow you to understand how the software, how a proper ink management is supposed to be handled. You can use it even as a formula creation in conjunction with the spectrophotometer and color matching software. Then you want to move on to, okay, but I have too many new formulas to create every day, and I want to automate that process. Voila, we have the XPT, which is also not very expensive, by the way. Okay, so obviously the best case scenario would be, okay, I have a lot of new formulas to generate. I would find this item very helpful because within seconds I have my new formula and it's very precise and it saves me a lot of time and effort. But then again, I have a production to handle. I don't need the 200 grams of product. Maybe I need 30, 40, 50 kilos of ink. Then we have, of course, the correct dispensing technology for you. But in any case, all this is perfectly scalable. You can start small and progressively move on. The takeaway that we wanted to give you today was to basically, first of all, convey the message that there are very many avenues for you to work better, work more efficiently, and ultimately make more money out of your job. We are here to help. I don't expect everybody to suddenly have become an expert in ink management and understood everything that is required. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but we hope that with today's demonstration, we show you the procedures and what can be done to achieve this kind of target. Then we have a lot of different ancillary equipments that can be integrated in the whole process, from sample making machine to production machine. In the downloadable material that you have in your takeaway, you have several technical sheets of several machines which are suitable for different applications: liquid ink, paste ink, UV flexo ink, and so on and so forth. So depending on which ink you're using, we have solutions for everyone. And obviously, we are always available to guide you through it. We can have personalized meetings, and in the hopefully near future, where we can help you out to, you know, to make the right decision for your company. That one I think is fine, right? Okay, just give me back the screen for a sec. One last, really, this time I think it's really the last time, the last topic, otherwise you will start throwing something at me. We also have this, which we call Intrasist, and it's a solution that we offer whenever you want to automate the transferring of the ink. We are talking about CMYK or white, directly from the ink kitchen to the press. So this is just an example, but you can have CMYK here or even extended gamut if you work with that. And this can be transferred, we're talking about liquid ink here, not offset. Liquid transfer directly to the press. Different methodologies, different things. Of course, these are normally concentrates, so they need to be somehow turned into press-ready ink before they go. So there will be some engineering and some study to do here. But for example, here you get, this is a simplified version, but here you have maybe your concentrate, here you have your storage tanks where you're going to do the adjustments, and then from here you are connected to the press. Normally it's not quite that simple, but you know, this is just to give you an idea. On this side, we have solutions that now is becoming more and more popular because white ink is used in large quantity. And so in this case, normally we provide 2 tanks. One will be under preparation. Once it's ready, it will deliver the ink directly to the press. While this one is working, the other one will be under preparation, so that whenever one of the 2 is empty, you can immediately switch to the other one. Of course, we have viscosity control, we have different, anyway, this is just to give you an idea. We do have these solutions as well. One of our software, as I remember, one of our offsprings of our main software has been developed exactly to handle this system. Okay, I guess I have concluded this little marathon, and I guess we can move on to any questions that you might have, unless I was so incredibly clear that everything is understood. But yes. Yeah.
Makasih, thank you. My name is Clay Wala from the Association of Graphic Technology and also from Indonesia Standardization Agency. I have a simple question here. What is the maximum delta A achievable from this equipment? The second one is the metamerism taken into account for this. And the next one, do you also take into account the color of the paper, of the substrate? Thank you.
Welcome. All these questions are actually related to color matching software. Okay, so color matching software is not something that we do. It's something that we integrate in our system. So this, for example, what would be the maximum achievable delta E? This is something that is related to it's difficult to say that the maximum achievable delta E. It depends on this. For example, you determine that for your requirements, you are willing to accept a certain delta E of deviation. Beyond that, it would not be acceptable. Okay, so it is, as far as we are concerned, we are providing you a technology to dispense to those certain ingredients in an accurate manner, and we work gravimetrically, which means that we use a scale to dispense a certain quantity. Whether we do it manually, whether we do it automatically through a dispenser, it's the scale that determines the quantity. Now, the scale intrinsically has its own plus or minus, okay? Depending on what scale it is, it could be 0.01, it could be 0.1, it could be 1, it could be more, depending also on the size of the scale. So, at the end of the day, it's all related to your own formulation. If your formulation, I could probably share some, you are touching a very, very crucial point, but anyway, if you need to achieve a certain target, whether that target is achievable or not, it depends on the quantity that you need to dispense and the minimum quantity that you require within that formula. I try to make myself understood. If your formula is 50% component A and 50% component B, it's a straight, very simple formulation. You need 1 kilo of finished product, is 500 grams, 500 grams. Your scale, the scale, can give you plus or minus 1 gram. So 1 gram over 500 grams, because 500 grams is the quantity that you want. 1 gram is the plus or minus that my scale can detect. So it could be 499 grams, it could be 501. We don't know. It's just that it's plus or minus 1 gram. So this 1 gram difference based on your target weight is equivalent to a certain percentage, which in this case is a very, 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 very small percentage. Is that percentage acceptable for you, yes or no? If it's yes, fine. Now, extreme case scenario. Your batch size is 1 kilo. And in your formulation, you have one component which is required in the 0.001%. What is the quantity of 0.001% of 1 kilo? Guys, somebody help me out here. It's probably 0.01 gram or whatever. Now, if my scale can detect plus or minus 1 gram, I will never be able to get you that. It's impossible. I will not even detect that quantity, let alone dispense it. So, option, I give you a higher accuracy scale. I can go up to 0.01. Is 0.01 gram plus or minus acceptable for the quantity that you need within your formula in that quantity? I don't know. It's a percentage. If that percentage is too big, it's equivalent to 20% error, then you would say, sorry, no, you would be off specs, absolutely. So again, this is something that we discuss with our customer, especially in the coating industry, a lot, because formulations are very complicated sometimes. That's why we need to work together to say, okay, either you change your formulations, which sometimes is not possible, or you dilute your components so that instead of requiring them in the 0.001%, you make them less strong, which means that you have to increase the quantity. In that case, everything would fall into place, or you need to increase your batch size. Sorry, your target batch size was 1 kilo. 1 kilo with this formula, double A. You need to make 100 kilo. If you produce 100 kilo, then the 0.001% over 100 kilo is a manageable quantity, which I can still manage with the instrument. So it's not a matter, ours is a machine that allows you to dispense consistently the same amount of product over and over again, plus all the control system that we just now discussed. But basically a dispensing system does that. Whether that is enough or not to fulfill your requirement in terms of delta E, it depends on your formula, it depends on your minimum quantity and the minimum quantity within that formula that you need. Sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not possible. We also have to raise the white flag and surrender. As far as the other questions like metamerism and all that, again, nothing to do with us. You need to direct this question to X-Rite, Data Color, and people who are manufacturing spectrophotometers. Because what we do, we just integrate our software. So the spectrophotometer and the color match, by the way, X-Rite, yes, I know that they consider those things. They consider also the surface. I know because we work with them, but I'm not the right person to answer these technical questions on color matching. So you need to direct these questions to X-Rite or Data Color or any other manufacturers of that. I hope I could somehow help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the explanation. My name is Purwanto from PT Ajinomoto Indonesia. My question about viscosity of ink.
Okay.
As we know, the ink is important, and the viscosity is important too. What about the viscosity, is there difference viscosity ink in the dispenser and in the printing machine? I think enough. Thank you very much.
Right. So if you're asking me whether we can handle different viscosities and so on, yes, of course. If we're talking about viscosity is one of the elements that we need to gather information about whenever we are preparing an offer for our customers. So if we are going for an automatic dispensing system, one of the purpose of the automatic dispensing system is to take the product, ink in this case, from the storage to the dispensing head. Of course, this process requires moving this product from point A to point B, and obviously viscosity is an important element to consider. If we are talking about liquid ink, gravure, flexo, and so on, normally it doesn't present excessive problems because it's normally within acceptable range, which can be easily managed by normal diaphragm pumps, even as small as half-inch pumps, if not 1 inch, 1.5 inch, 2-inch pumps if the viscosity of the product is really higher. If we are going beyond a certain viscosity, we need to change the pumping system. So we can switch to piston pumps. We can switch to piston pumps with follower plates. For example, for offset ink, which are unpumpable with normal diaphragm pumps, we need to go for piston pumps with follower plate, which we do not produce, by the way. So we need to buy these systems. That's why, especially for offset ink, dispenser could be a little bit on the expensive side because of the requirements for external pumping system. The good news is that we have, and you have it in the material that I invite you to download from the QR system, we have a few systems suitable for high viscosity products, not only offset, but sometimes even UV flexo can be quite viscous, which do not require external pumps. So don't want to go into too much technical details, but in the technical sheets you will see for yourself. So in that case, we can move the product from the storage to the dispensing head in such a manner that we do not require external pumping system. So we can still transfer the ink from point A to point B. But viscosity is definitely one of the information that we must have every time we develop a project for customers. Another, since that we are talking about this, another point is that some products are thixotropic. So they need to be agitated all the time or they will gel up. So all our liquid ink dispensing system are equipped with what we call recirculation. So what happens is that even when the dispensing head is not working, so there is no dispensing operation going on a regular basis, the pump or the pumps will start, the product will be pumped from the tank, in this case from the drums that you see there. It will be pumped along the distribution piping network to the dispensing head, to the dispensing valve, which is closed because we are not dispensing, and it will travel back again. So there is a loop. The product will move from the drum to the dispensing valve and back again to the drum. This is called recirculation. And this is done on a scheduled manner. Once every hour, once every whatever, you know, etc., etc. For thixotropic product, and sometimes recirculation is not enough. So within every tank, we might want to have an agitator because maybe there is a heavy pigment sedimentation. So the recirculation maybe is not sufficient. So we need to add an additional agitator. Maybe not for all components, maybe for 1 or 2 components with a heavy pigment load, which has the tendency to settle. If we are talking about thixotropic product, which must be kept agitated at all time, in that case, recirculation plus agitation will go on 24/7. So it will never stop. There will always be an agitator turning the product inside the container, and the pump will keep recirculating the product to keep it pumpable, let's say, in a liquid form rather than gel. So these are all precautions that we do take care, because we need to know the characteristics of every single components that we need to handle. So, and in this country it doesn't matter, obviously, but when we sell machines in more in colder countries, in this region, for example, like Japan, South Korea, where they can be very, very cold, sometimes we need to heat up even the piping. So the piping needs to be insulated, and sometimes also with heated. Otherwise, the viscosity will go through the roof, and then the product will not be pumpable anymore. So these are all precautions that we have to take. In this,
I'd like to summarize what we've been discussing today. So to stay competitive on packaging costs, there are many possible ways to reduce the costs through the TCO, that is total cost ownership. We will have a comprehensive manner how to find the cost saving. Yeah, we discuss about ink management system that is benefiting us to have some potential saving from the ink usage, how to utilize the press returns, and then also how to also reduce the downtime in the printing machine, setup time, material reduction, and those are really significantly giving contribution to the cost reduction. From the process improvement, we discuss also a lot of things, how to do the printing speed project to free up your capacity, how to also find out technology if you are going to invest the new machine. Also, we have identified from the materials packaging that can be also a solution for your cost. And then we discussed this morning in the first session, the demand for sustainability packaging will be more and more due to the change of our lifestyles. And then we need also to prepare and mitigate how to set our strategy to develop our packaging, our printing, and this has been provided by some resources. One of the resources is from CFlex, yeah, Circular Economy Flexibles, and giving us the guideline how to do it. Jadi itu semua yang kita bisa dapat dari sesi hari ini. Untuk selanjutnya kami berharap bahwa kita bisa mendapatkan ide-ide nanti sepulang dari sesi ini. Itu yang dapat kami sampaikan. Terima kasih dari tim Inkmaker, panitia, dan juga dari IPF. Semuanya, Bapak Ibu, kita sudah lewati acara ini. Selanjutnya, seperti biasa, ada pertemuan, ada perpisahan. Ada hal-hal yang mungkin kurang berkenan, kami mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya, dan semoga kita bisa berjumpa lagi di lain waktu. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.